in collaboration with Sam over the year. So I'm going to pass it over to Sam to kick off the presentation. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Transit Committee. Appreciate the opportunity to provide an overview of the 2025 RMCO Annual Compliance Report. Mr. Chair, we have slides which provide a summary of the regulatory monitoring activities performed in 2025, which should take about 30 minutes to review, and I'll be happy to answer any questions afterwards. Nous allons tourner à la diapositive numéro 2.
We will go to slide 2, please. So on this slide, you can see the content of the material that we will be presenting today. The slide summarizes the annual report, report, and the technical content of this report was simplified as requested by the Transit Committee 2 years ago. I will review this material shortly, and I will be brief on certain slides for the interest of time, and I will be pleased to answer your question at the end. The slide starts with the contents, and we'll review the mandate of the agent, and then we'll describe the activities in 2025, as well as the monitoring findings, and then we will conclude with remedial actions to address findings. Slide 3, please. This is a summary of my background.
I've been RMCO for the City of Ottawa since 2018 and started monitoring after revenue service. That's one of the things that we'll see is that the RMCO's role only starts the monitoring after revenue service, so not involved in the trial running or safety certification. I've worked in the railway sector for over 40 years, of which 35 years were at CN Rail, from which I retired as Vice President of Safety and Sustainability. And my experience took me across a number of operational and staff positions in several locations across Canada, including responsibility for commuter operations, as well as the responsibility for safety, regulations, auditing, as well as extensive dealings with the regulator. We'll turn to slide 4, which provides an overview of the regulatory background and RMCO scope. This slide is important because I'll talk later about the elements that are required to support a safe and reliable operation, of which regulatory compliance is a critical piece, but there's other elements that we'll see are important to achieve that. So just taking you to the background, I realize that some of you may have seen this in previous presentations, but the context is important. So that the delegation agreement signed between the city and the Minister of Transport was done in 2011. And as you may know, this agreement provides the city with the powers to regulate the Confederation line. It also requires that the RMCO perform regulatory monitoring and report the findings to this Transit Committee, as well as the city manager on a quarterly basis. The delegation agreement also requires the city to hire external experts to perform tri-annual audits of its safety management system and security management system, and to submit these reports to Transport Canada. One of the themes that we'll see here is that the regulatory regime has multiple layers of oversight, of which the RMCO is one of those layers, and they all work together, they complement each other to identify issues and address them through the remedial actions process. So that the RMCO scope of work is very specific and is focused on monitoring regulatory compliance for both safety and security, and we'll see how that plays out in the programs that have been monitored this year. It covers, as I said earlier, the Confederation line only, so does not encompass the Trillium line or the bus operations, and it encompasses both OC TRANSPO as well as its contractors. It's also important to point out that the RMCO's mandate does not include the investigation of incidents or the resolution of technical issues, and we'll talk about that later in the slides. As I said, the notion of multiple layers of oversight, and I've mentioned this before, I believe, but OC TRANSPO performs a great deal of oversight. They have an oversight plan. They develop oversight schedules every year. And they have about 12 full-time equivalent resources that are performing oversight on the Confederation line, which is very substantial. So this regime, as you know, and as I've said, acts complement, all these layers of oversight complement each other as checks and balances and work together to reduce risk and support a safe and reliable operation. You're going to see later that, the RMCO has identified 59 findings since revenue service availability. And each of these findings has action plans which are being tracked to reduce risk. The monitoring results this year are generally positive, and I will explain, as I've alluded to, that this chain that is required with the multiple links that support a safe and reliable operation require that regulatory compliance be strong. Regulatory compliance would be akin to the inspections as well as the maintenance and repairs that are being done to keep the vehicles, the infrastructure in good condition. But the other links in the chain that we'll see in more detail later are design and materials, as well as workmanship and quality. Those are all critical for the support of a safe and reliable service. We'll turn to slide number 5, which shows the regulatory monitoring activities and what is the driver behind the regulatory monitoring. The enabling regulations is called the Confederation line designated regulations, and what they require is OC TRANSPO to perform a few things. One of them is to adopt and implement programs. So not only the safety management system and security management system that I've alluded to, but there's a number of programs that are identified specifically in the Confederation line designated regulations. A key one is called the Asset Management Plan, which has specificity in regards to how LRVs, light rail vehicles, need to be maintained, the track, the catenary, communication-based train control, and so on. So all the assets are clearly defined in terms of what the requirements are for inspections as well as maintenance. OC TRANSPO is also responsible to provide direction and oversight internally as well as the contractors. And why that is so important is because it is the contractors that perform the work of inspections as well as repairs. So it's critical to provide the direction in terms of clarity as to what the expectations should be for those inspections and maintenance, but also to perform oversight to ensure that the work meets the expectations that are outlined in those program documents. And the regulation also requires that OC TRANSPO maintain records. We'll move on to the next slide, which focuses on the 2 areas that were monitored in 2025. The first segment focused on the inspections and maintenance of the traction power supply system, also known as TPSS, which delivers electric power to the Confederation line. We'll see that in a little bit more detail later. The second focused on communication systems, which consist of 9 different components identified specifically as such communication systems in the project agreement. And I'll explain in more detail in a few minutes the rationale for selecting each of these areas. And we can see at the bottom of the slide that since revenue service, the RMCO has monitored all the 6 key risk areas that are typical in commuter operations and in transportation in general. So we can see from the human factors issues to equipment or LRV issues to track and infrastructure issues, safety management system, security management system, et cetera. They're all there. And those are the kind of issues that you'll find if you were to go into the, for instance, Transportation Safety Board website or the FRA website and so on. So the monitoring needs to continue. The notion is of continuous monitoring because you cannot monitor everything at once. You have to use a risk-based approach to select those areas for monitoring that have the most impact. But equally important, the environment is dynamic and requires ongoing monitoring because what may be in compliance today may not be tomorrow. And what may have been out of compliance a couple of years ago may be compliant today. And there's tools that provide visibility on that I'll talk about later. On va tourner à la diapositive numéro 7.
We'll go to slide 7 regarding the RMCO monitoring since RSA in 2019. As I said, the RMCO started after the commercial service. And
notion of programs and assets that are identified in the CLR, Confederation Line Designated Regulations. We talked about safety management system, donc le système de gestion de la sécurité et de la
the
sûreté.
management system for safety and security, that's very important. The emergency plan was also supervised. And we also focused on the infrastructure of the Confederation Line, the LRV, the rail, and the catenary, and the control system of the trains. Some elements were monitored twice, thinking that if we monitor and we find something that needs improvement, it deserves to be reviewed again.
That this notion of remonitoring does take place, and we've done that, as I said, in 2022 and versus 2020, where LRVs, the catenary, as well as the track, were all monitored twice to track progress and improvements made that were identified on the non-conformance issues that were identified in 2020. Et on peut voir donc avec cette notion
And we can see that with this notion of monitoring, continuous monitoring, we have a better report on the regulatory compliance. This year, we will continue the risk analysis so that the city can know more regarding the regulatory monitoring.
We'll turn to slide 8, which shows that the RMCO activities encompass 3 key areas. The first one is the regulatory monitoring, which is risk-based in terms of determination of which areas to monitor. There's this notion of using objective evidence to make fact and evidence-based determination of compliance is a key one. So we review documents, we review records, there are interviews, there are field observations. They all complement each other to collect this objective evidence. Second is the work with OC TRANSPO and its contractors to advance remedial actions to address the RMCO findings, which we'll review later. That's equally important to the findings, what we do with them. And the resolution is critically important for continuous improvement and supporting a safe and reliable service. Finally is the reporting of the annual compliance report to this transit committee, as well as the quarterly meetings that I alluded to earlier with the city manager. We'll turn to slide 9, which provides information on the first area monitored, the traction power supply system. As I explained earlier, the TPSS delivers electric power to trains in the Confederation Line. So you have this utility power coming in at high voltage, and the traction power supply systems, they convert this utility power into usable DC power that is compatible with the LRV requirements, 1,500 volts DC. So you have typically transformers that step down the voltage, the rectifiers that convert it from AC DC. So very technical. I'll spare you all the details, but in essence, you need to have these traction power supply systems to ensure that the power is delivered in usable format for the trains in the Confederation Line. There is a degree of redundancy in there, which is really valuable in terms of resilience, so that there are mechanisms so that if there's an issue with one traction power system station, there's a redundancy where another one picks up. Again, before we move on, it's important to point out that the catenary system was monitored separately, as we saw earlier in 2020, as well as 2022. So it was not remonitored again for 2 reasons. It was monitored previously, and we have visibility in terms of its compliance right now through different mechanisms, including monthly activity reports, oversight reports, and so on. So the catenary was not remonitored, and we'll see later in the communication systems that the same principle was used for the CBTC system, which was monitored previously. We'll turn to slide 10, which explains the rationale for monitoring this area. So it's quite evident that you need the power for the operation. So the TPSS stations are fundamental for safety and security. The second point to keep in mind with this notion that I talked about earlier, progressive monitoring, which provides an increasing visibility of regulatory compliance to the city, is that the TPSS was not monitored previously by the RMCO since revenue service availability. So this risk-based monitoring looks at various inputs, aims to monitor those areas that have the most impact, the most relevance, but also tries to provide what we call monitoring breadth to give visibility to the city in terms of regulatory compliance for the different programs that are identified in the Confederation Line designated regulation. And as I alluded to earlier, if you were to ask the question, what are the maintenance requirements, the inspection requirements for the TPSS? They're identified very specifically in the asset management plan, from which you can see an excerpt at the bottom of the slide, which shows the regime of inspections that are required for the different components. So there's great specificity relative to the expectations for inspections and maintenance, and that is really important. What you see there is just the surface, because there are work methods, statements, detailed procedures that lay out how each of these inspections is going to be done. We'll turn to slide 11, which explains that the monitoring was done in 2025, summer of 2025. One of the points that I'll make now, and I'll make it again for the communication systems monitoring, is that collaboration was very good from all stakeholders. Everybody participated, provided documents, records, made their resources available for interviews, for field observations, and so on. So as I said earlier, the monitoring included the review of documents and records, interviews, as well as field observations. And there was a substantial number of documents and records provided in the range of about 300 for this particular area, TPSS, and about 800 documents and records provided for communication systems. So there's quite a bit of substance behind all the monitoring that was done and all the work that is done to ensure that the inspections and maintenance are done in accordance with the program expectations. And you can see the notion there of using the objective evidence, documents, records, interviews, field observations to perform analysis and achieve a fact and evidence-based assessment of compliance or conformance. This approach actually is transparent, but it's also brings the evidence in a manner that is shared with the stakeholders as the results come out. And these results are shared with not only OC TRANSPO, but also RTG, RTM, and Alstom. And faced with the facts and evidence, it becomes basically pretty clear what the findings are, with little debate about whether these findings are valid or not. So since the beginning of the monitoring, there's been no debate about the findings and the opportunities for improvement. We'll turn to slide 12, which shows that the monitoring focused on two key aspects. As I said earlier, with respect to OC TRANSPO, it's really about the regulatory obligations that flow from the enabling regulations, the CLR, the adoption, the direction, oversight, and records. What does the monitoring look for with respect to RTG, RTM, and Alstom? We look for documents and records that confirm that the inspections and maintenance were done for a specific monitoring period. The monitoring period is quite substantial as well. For the TPSS, it was for 15 months, from January the 1st, 2024 until the end of March 2025. So a substantial period during which records were reviewed to confirm that the inspections were done. Repairs are done using a sampling basis where we look in the inspection records for conditions or defects that require follow-up. A sample of those is taken, and records, documents, objective evidence is requested to verify, to assess whether those repairs were done. We also look for oversight as well as the training to ensure, this is an important piece, that the people performing the work are qualified. So it's power technicians for the traction power supply system and signals and communications technicians for the communication systems that we'll see later. We'll turn to the next slide, which I alluded to and is critically important in our discussion today, because you'll see that the findings this year for 2025, that is, are generally positive. But we know that the Confederation line has faced significant issues, principally with bearings during the last 3 months, with the catenary as well, but bearings have been going on for many years. So it's important to understand that the issue, the bearing issue, is not related to regulatory compliance, but rather to the other elements that we see in this slide. So you can see the 3 links that make up this chain that support safe and reliable service. Regulatory compliance is about the inspections, maintenance, and repairs. That needs to be solid, but you also need your design and materials to be solid, and you also need your quality and workmanship to be solid. So when we look at the other links other than the regulatory inspections, which I just explained here, design is really about the ability of the components to withstand the forces in the operating environment, while the quality and workmanship, as we know, supports the work, all the work that is done. So it must be executed at a high level. To further explain this chain of requirements for safe and reliable service, I'll bring an analogy. If we think of one's automobile, it's important that the vehicle be brought for scheduled visits to the garage or dealer for the inspections and maintenance. That's important because if there are issues related to the scheduled maintenance that are not handled properly, it will cause problems eventually. But in addition to that, the design and the quality, workmanship, materials also have to be right. So for instance, if the vehicle has a wheel bearing design issue, you could bring your vehicle to the dealer or garage for its scheduled maintenance, but that bearing needs to be fixed. And typically, if there's a bearing design issue, it's typically fixed by the manufacturer through a recall. So until that bearing is fixed, this issue will be reflected in the safety and reliability of the vehicle. And that's what we've been facing if we look at the analogy of the light rail vehicles. You may recall that there was a derailment in 2021, and the Transportation Safety Board, which I worked with for 40 years, very capable group, very capable people, laboratories, specialists, they look at all the aspects from human factors to processes to materials. They wrote an advisory in 2023, which pointed to the need for all parties to work together to address, to revisit the bearing design. And they went through the history of how this vehicle had been adapted from other designs, but it is used in a load environment which is more demanding than the design from which it was adapted. They also point to the need to implement the technology which will monitor the condition of LRV bearings. In many operations, this is done through either track-based detectors or vehicle-based detectors. So this is something that those 2 points they recommended in their advisory, the redesign and the condition monitoring. The other point to keep in mind is that the LRV bearing spalling issue is most likely related to the ability of the bearing to withstand the loads in the operating environment, because this is a type of metal fatigue. So it's not unexpected that if the TSB pointed to a bearing design issue following the 2021 derailment, we continue to see issues related to design and fatigue. So think of that analogy that I made earlier about the regulatory inspections being your scheduled inspections that could be done diligently, but that bearing design needs to be resolved conclusively. Before we leave this slide, I do want to bring some perspective by repeating something that I've said in the past. And that is that the city has made some judicious, some good decisions in terms of investments that are supportive of safe and reliable service. And as we saw in the slide earlier, I've been working for the city here since 2018. And one of the things that struck me is the level of investment and thought process in terms of supporting a safe and reliable service. some of the things that kept me up at night in my previous job have been completely mitigated through the investments made in the Confederation line. So examples, communication-based train control system. If you were to look at the TSB watch list, which they consider as those items that have the most potential safety impact on Canadians, you're going to find two items that are completely mitigated by the CBTC system. You're going to find following signal indications, and you're going to find overspeeds as well as limits of authority. So the CBTC, as you know, ensures that trains stay within their allotted territories. They cannot pass beyond signals, and that if they attempt to do that, the CBTC will actually step in and stop the train. Same for overspeed. So very good decision made by the city on that front. The other issues that you see in some commuter lines are sharing of track with other services. As we know, the Confederation line is totally dedicated. The kind of things that you worry about in other commuter operations as well would be grade crossing accidents, which are completely mitigated through the investment in the infrastructure. So there are many, many investments that were made that are supportive of safe and reliable service. And I wanted to bring that context because I know the focus right now is on bearings. And this is something that, as I said, needs to be addressed if we want to have, consistent, safe and reliable service over the long term. We do have mitigating actions right now that support a safe operation, but over the long term, we need those two other elements that were identified by the Transportation Safety Board, the monitoring of bearings and the bearing redesign. But this context that I just explained about these investments is important to recognize that this has been well thought out. There's been some good investments made, and they do mitigate many of the issues that other commuter lines face. And we don't see them here because they've already been thought out and completely mitigated through those investments. We'll turn to slide 14 and 15, which show the findings for OC TRANSPO. So again, OC TRANSPO does not perform the inspections or repairs. This is performed by project companies, so RTG, RTM, and their subcontractors, Alstom primarily. In this case, as we've seen in the past, it turns out to be Alstom that performs the great majority of the inspections as well as maintenance of the traction power supply system. So 5 elements monitored were found to be fully compliant. At a high level, OC TRANSPO is fulfilling its regulatory obligations relative to program adoption, direction, oversight, and records. We'll turn to the next slide, which shows an opportunity regarding the format. And this gives you a sense of the level of detail that the monitoring goes in, looking specifically at the oversight records and recognizing what I said earlier. There's the oversight plan that OC TRANSPO has. There's the schedules that lay out the areas that will be monitored specifically each year using a risk-based approach. And then you have all the 12 full-time equivalent resources that I explained earlier are deployed to performing this oversight. And they have the records that you can look for to give you the objective evidence to confirm that the oversight was performed. So some of those records were in Excel format, which is not ideal because you want it to be in a central system that are visible, so easier to understand, see, monitor what's going on. Although OC TRANSPO's oversight schedule did require those records to be put into CleverCAD. And you may ask the question, well, why is this an opportunity and not a compliance finding? The reason for that is if you were to look at the Confederation line designated regulations, you would see that the obligation is about ensuring that oversight be performed and that records be maintained and made available. OC TRANSPO has fulfilled that obligation. So this is about OC TRANSPO following their own internal instructions, which go beyond the regulations. We'll turn on to slides 16 and 17, which show the findings for RTG and RTM. Findings are generally positive. 4 of the 6 areas monitored are fully conformant. We use the term conformant because it alludes to contractual conformance rather than compliant that we use for OC TRANSPO to allude to regulatory compliance. If we turn to slide 17, we can see the two areas that were not fully conformant. First one was repair. So I explained this notion of identifying inspection records which indicate that something was found that required a follow-up, maybe a repair, maybe some mitigation in terms of, follow-up monitoring, follow-up inspections and so on, and then looked for the objective evidence that confirmed that that was done. And we found some variability, that some of those issues took many months to address. And there were 3 of the 11 items that were verified that had not been completed almost a year after it had been identified. The second issue in terms of not being fully conformant relates to training. This is a challenge because of the turnover of employees for Alstom. We're going to remember these are Alstom employees, power technicians performing this work. It's improved over the years, no doubt, but it's short of the conformance expectations that have been established by OC TRANSPO. We'll move on to communication systems. Again, as I explained, these are 9 specific components that are identified in the project agreement. They include cameras, they include the public address system, the passenger information system, the guideway intrusion detection system, and so on. We can turn to the next slide to see more of these, what they are. So telephone system, of course. And we'll go to slide number 20, which points again to the rationale for monitoring communication system. First, clearly you need all these systems to work properly to ensure that the operation is safe and reliable and secure. Second, this is a program that had not been monitored by the RMCO since revenue service availability. So giving this information at this time works on that monitoring breadth that I talked about earlier, providing more and more information on those different programs and technologies that are available. At the bottom of the slide, again, we can see the specificity in regards to the requirements for inspections and maintenance, which are identified in one of those CLR programs, the Asset Management Plan, which relates to the different communications systems components. We'll turn to slides 21 and 22, which show the findings for OC TRANSPO. Again, same as we saw for TPSS, the work in terms of inspections and maintenance is done by project company that's subcontracted the work to Alstom. So it is the Alstom signals and communications technicians that perform these inspections, maintenance, as well as most of the repairs. We can see once again that OC TRANSPO is fulfilling its regulatory obligations with 5 areas monitored and 5 being fully compliant. We'll turn to slide 22, where we can see 2 opportunities for OC TRANSPO. The first is about the timeframes in which those records were entered. Some of those oversight records took several months to enter, which is clearly less than ideal. And since that time, OC TRANSPO has taken action by issuing internal instruction to its oversight people to ensure that within 30 days of having performed those oversight activities that they be entered. The second one relates to a contract variation. So there's the guideway intrusion detection system, which detects intruders into the track from the stations. This is a technology that's available in all stations, and the history behind it is that Alstom was subcontracted to do this in the stations inside the downtown tunnel, which leaves the stations outside of the downtown tunnel, which didn't have a clear responsibility in regards to who's going to do these inspections and maintenance of this GIDS. This is where the contract variation came in. It was signed in December of 2023. It was started by, it's RTM that does this. So interesting that Alstom does it inside the tunnel. Outside of the tunnel, it's RTM. So they were responsible to do it as of January of 2024. However, as you'll see in the findings from RTM, they are not doing this in accordance with the project agreement requirements and the program that specifies how the GIDS systems would be monitored. So This was an issue in terms of the execution, and it was something also that was not monitored by OC TRANSPO. So you can ask the question again, why is this an opportunity versus a compliance issue? The first point, as I said, is there is an oversight plan, there's an oversight schedule. That oversight schedule specifically identifies communication systems, but as you could see, there's many components and subcomponents under communication systems. So in their deployment of their 12 full-time equivalent resources, OC TRANSPO needs to decide what they're going to monitor each year. It wasn't monitored in 2024. So if you look again at the regulations, they require that oversight be done and that it be specific and that records be maintained, but it's not reasonable to expect that OC TRANSPO would monitor every subcomponent of the major components of a communication system. So there is some rotation that takes place here. This is a work in progress. This is a risk-based analysis that OC TRANSPO performs to deploy the resources. But it turns out that this GIDS, Guideway Intrusion Detection, was not monitored by OC TRANSPO. Hence, they didn't find that issue that was determined, that was identified by the RMCO. It stands to reason that if there's a significant contract variation, it'd be logical to do some follow-up to make sure that the work is being done in accordance with the expectations in that contract variation. So these are opportunities that will strengthen, enhance OC TRANSPO's oversight process. We'll turn our attention to the next two slides on the findings for RTG as well as RTM. Again, findings are generally positive. 3 areas that are fully conformant, 3 that are mostly conformant. On slide 23, we can see that the execution of inspections was very strong. As I said, 800 records basically meets the conformance expectations that OC TRANSPO has established. 98%. That's a pretty high standard. Very challenging in the context of winter, different issues that can come up operationally. But it was met for this particular, these communication systems. The only exception was the GIDS system, the Guideway Intrusion Detection System, following that contract variation that I alluded to earlier. This is something, again, under the responsibility of our team. Other than that, the objective evidence demonstrates that the inspections are being done, the maintenance is being done. The good news on this one is the repairs were fully conformant. So all the sample that was identified from those inspection records, there was objective evidence that confirms that the follow-up was done, those repairs that were expected. The 2 other areas, we'll turn to the next slide, that were not fully conformant are training. So it's mostly conformant. It's in roughly at the 90% level in terms of those signal and communication technicians receiving their what they call mandatory courses, but not quite where it needs to be. It needs to be at 100% unless somebody is within their first 3 months of apprenticeship or development following their hiring. So a little bit short of the conformance expectations, and the conformance expectations are high, and they should be, because the city needs to protect its interests relative to inspections as well as to the training to ensure that those people performing the work are fully qualified. Third issue is about oversight. So RTM is expected to do oversight. We talked about these multiple layers of oversight. It's not only OC TRANSPO and the RMCO, but we expect also RTM to be performing their own oversight. They have a plan. The plan says that they need to be performing oversight on an ongoing basis. The only evidence we found in the monitoring of oversight is an annual audit, which is short of what RTM says they are going to do in terms of the ongoing oversight and monitoring. So overall, pretty strong results with a couple of areas that require some follow-up. Now, each of these items, and we'll turn to the next slide, which brings us to the remedial actions. I talked about the importance of remedial actions. In my mind, this is as important, if not more important, than performing the monitoring and finding issues, because you need to address them to be able to really get the value from the investment that's been made in the monitoring and oversight. So as I said, every finding from the RMCO is followed by a request, a formal request from OC Transpo to RTG and RTM for remedial actions. We can also see that, there's 59 findings that were identified by the RMCO, and of those, 51 have been closed conclusively. And what are the 8 open findings? We'll see a table next slide, but 8 relate to the most recent round of monitoring in 2025. The other ones, one of them relates to the inspection of track. This is an item that's been around for a few years. There's been a lot of work. This is followed on an ongoing basis. It's certainly tracked by OC Transpo through their oversight. It's also, there's a level of visibility through what are called monthly activity reports that actually show the regulatory conformance for track inspections, which are just a little short of that 98% level. And in my mind, this is not bad news from the sense that it's improved a lot, first of all. And second of all, that it brings the level of understanding that an issue is not closed until it is conclusively resolved. And you may ask, well, if you achieve this conformance level for 1 month, is it sufficient? The answer is no. It needs to be demonstrated over time. And this is where the monthly activity reports and the oversight come in. So this one is still open. The other one is the fence intrusion detection system around the MSF maintenance facility. This is something, there's been some struggles in terms of commissioning it. We're pretty close to getting it fully commissioned. I think we're within months, but this is an item that was identified in the security management system monitoring, which is still open today. Again, collaboration by all stakeholders has been very high. And these items that are open, it's because there is a great degree of diligence to ensure that items are only closed when it's demonstrated over time through objective evidence that they're addressed conclusively. So the next slide provides an overview of the findings and the remedial action. You can see that number 59 at the bottom of the third column, that's the total. Each of the rows is a monitoring segment that was performed by the RMCO, the period of time under which it was done, the number of findings, and the ones that are closed. And you can see that 5 of those 8 open findings that remain are actually relate to the latest round of monitoring. The other ones relate to hours of service, where 3 have been closed very recently. There's progress being done here. That's one thing I didn't mention, is just over the last year, 10 different findings have been closed through the objective evidence and the remedial actions process. And if you were to exclude these 5 from the latest round of monitoring, you would have 51 of 54 that are closed, which is about 95%, which is, good. Clearly, we want to be at 100%, but it's certainly a big step forward in terms of making progress. And each one of these that are addressed further strengthens the safe and reliable service through that link that we saw in the regulatory compliance that supports safe and reliable service. So that brings us to the last slide, which summarizes what we've said. So as you can see, 2 areas that are very important for safety and security have been monitored in 2025 with generally strong compliance results and some conformance findings for RTG, RTM, and some opportunities for OC Transpo. And every one of these findings is being addressed through the remedial actions process. Looking ahead, following this transit committee and the upcoming City Council meeting of April 22nd, the plan will be for the RMCO to finalize the risk-based analysis to identify which areas to monitor in 2026, and then to subsequently move forward in performing the monitoring, which will continue to increase the city's knowledge relative to regulatory compliance and to drive continuous improvement. So this brings us to the end of the slides. Appreciate everyone's attention. Mr. Chair, I'll be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Okay, Thank you very much, Sam. We have no delegations on this, so we can go straight to any questions from committee members. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Chair. I really appreciate this, and I think it alludes to probably the next part of the presentation. So I just want to hold tight on the warranty component. I think that was a good analogy when you were talking about the manufacturer and wheel bearings. Are we essentially waiting for them to flag it as their own individual issue? Because that might take a long time. So I'm just trying to understand, is this essentially what you're alluding to? We gotta wait for Alstom to say bearing issue, recall, change those.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. The first one I'll mention is that the RMCO scope is focused on the regulatory monitoring. So the contractual aspect of who does what and how is something that is undertaken by the city. But I will say this, is that this has been an ongoing discussion, including contractual letters between the city and RTG.
Okay.
Of course, RTG has to deal with Alstom because Alstom is a designer of the vehicles.
Yeah.
So you have that 3P arrangement that comes into play.
Sure.
This is an issue that, will require time to achieve to get a bearing redesign as indicated as a requirement in that TSB advisory. However, we must bear in mind that there are interim mitigating actions right now, like a 100K limit, among others,
Yeah.
on the CBAs that appear to be sensible in terms of protecting safety.
Sure.
There's also in the works the advancement of the condition monitoring technology that OC TRANSPO has been driving very aggressively, very actively, which we hope to see in a few months.
Okay.
That's going to be a significant risk mitigation action because while we wait for this bearing to be redesigned, if we have a technology that allows us to know when a bearing is in distress, that positions us in a manner to take action to prevent a mishap.
Understood. I appreciate the analogy. I think that helps people understand a little bit about where we're going. So on that, in the next presentation, Mr. Chair, is there a lot more related to the train specific? Because this seems like the very safety component of it, and I'd rather move off here and cede the floor. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sam.
Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Chair. In both the items that you had monitored in 2025, record keeping in some form or another seems to have been a theme. Just to refresh my memory, were those also issues that you noted in the three, at least the three outstanding items from the previous years, the HOS, the track inspections, and the fence intrusion system? Has that been a recurring theme, the record keeping on RTM? Seems like it's all on RTM's part.
Right. So the RTM finding relative to oversight was more an issue where their plan says that they must perform ongoing oversight as well as annual audits. We found the annual audit record. We didn't find the oversight. Oversight with respect to RTM, there have been issues identified in the past, yes. They've done a lot of work in terms of putting together a formal oversight plan and enhancing it over the years. This is a work in progress, but there's been some significant progress made over the last few years.
Okay. Have you, in terms of that lag between when something was done and when that record was entered, I actually don't know if this would be a question for you or for staff. In terms of that lag, have any reasons or anything been identified? Like, part of me is wondering, why a 30-day lag is even an issue when it comes to entering something into the system, even if it's just at least a cursory note that something's been done. So yeah, have any reasons been identified?
Thank you for the question. So this issue about lag is on the OC TRANSPO
Yeah.
oversight. And again, there's a significant amount of oversight that's taking place daily with 12 full-time equivalent resources. Some of this, I mean, there's an information system that collects all the oversight records that are entered by the staff that perform the oversight. However, in practice, and I'll invite OC Transpo to add any more comments to this if they wish. In practice, these oversight staff go in the field. Some of them verify records and, you know, in the office, but many of them go out in the field and they actually inspect and look for, you know, the condition of different assets, different components, and they'll take notes, right? They'll take notes that need to be transcribed back into CleverCAD. And this is where the lag comes in, the time between the field work to the time that it's entered in CleverCAD. Clearly, we want that to be as short as possible. You know, you could argue is 30 days reasonable? I think it's not unreasonable, but much longer than that, I think we start to lose some of the benefit from that monitoring. This is where the finding comes in as an opportunity, and this is where the action that was taken by OC Transpo to address that opportunity.
Yeah, that's generally what I have in mind. Like if notes are being taken in the field, I don't know if they're being written or if there's a voice recorder or something, like you might lose that additional context when you go back and you know, type in those notes. That happens to, you know, I'm sure when we meet our residents, sometimes we take mental notes and we lose a lot of it if we don't actually type it in within a few hours, probably. Last question. You had noted that both the TPSS and the comm systems are both elements that have not been monitored since revenue service began. Are there any other areas in the system that have not been monitored since revenue service began?
Mr. Chair, the answer, thank you for the question. So it is important to scope in not only the assets, but also the programs. And all the major programs have been monitored. The one that has not been monitored is the Fitness for Duty program. So this is, and obviously it's in the risk-based analysis in terms of determining whether it should be next or whether it can come later. There's other priorities coming in, of course. But that's one, and I would say that the reason it has not been monitored is because it is largely mitigated by the CBTC system. So the kind of issues that if you have an operator, for instance, that has some sort of fitness or medical issue, we got to remember the CBTC will actually take action to stop the train or bring it to the desired speed if something goes wrong. So that's one of the very strong lines of defense and one rationale explanation as to why it may not have been monitored so far. In terms of the assets, there's been a ton of work that's been done. We've done all the major assets. The one area that has not been done would be stations, for instance. So stations are important, but you know, you've got elevators, you've got escalators in there. This is definitely in the list of priorities, but in the risk-based decision-making, it was felt so far that elements such as track and the catenary in CBTC were even more important. Because of course, vehicles run on tracks, and if the track has an issue, there's going to be an immediate impact that could be significant. Therefore, that was prioritized over the stations.
Okay, that's fair. Thanks for the breakdown as well. Thank you.
Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Sam, for the presentation. Could you speak with any more clarity to what your plan or the options for your plan are for 2026?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. It's important for the risk-based analysis to be relevant, connected with reality, and bring the maximum value to the city. Having said that, we know that some of the significant issues that have been faced on the Confederation line over the last few months, the bearing is an issue. Now, we got to remember that the RMCO will not resolve the design issue, but the RMCO could certainly monitor the inspection regime, including the interim mitigations that support a safe service. So those pry-bar tests, those interim inspections could be monitored. That's certainly high in the priority list for 2026. The catenary, that was monitored twice in 2020 as well as 2022. We've had some significant issues this winter. That's also high in the priority list, but bearing in mind that the chain that supports a safe and reliable service goes beyond the regulatory inspections, those inspections that must be done in accordance with those programs. So the monitoring is going to ascertain whether those inspections and maintenance are being done, but it may not resolve the issue if it goes beyond the regulatory inspection that relates to design or materials or workmanship and so on. So those two are definitely high up in the priority list. And that is part of that risk-based decision-making, which will be firmed up within a month.
Just to clarify that then, what further analysis needs to go into making that decision? Like, why can you not tell us today, this is precisely what the 2026 plan is? What further residual information do you need, or does the city manager need in order to precisely frame what that 2026 work plan is going to look like?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. The risk-based analysis is something that is done on an ongoing basis throughout the year, and it's firmed up fairly close to the date upon which the monitoring is going to start, so that we have the benefit of the most relevant, the most recent data. Case in point, if we would have firmed this up in December, we would have missed the CBA issue, the catenary issue. So short answer is there are many inputs. Some of them are emergent in nature. And this is why we wait as close as we can to the start of the monitoring. Hence, within a month, we'll be able to collect what we have so far, add anything else that's come up to be able to firm up the decision.
Okay, thank you. That's ominous. You spoke to the overhead catenary system as a potential system for 2026 high on the priority list, and recognizing that there's a relationship between the traction power supply system and the overhead catenary system. I suppose my question to you would be, can you speak from your position as the RMCO to the problems that we're having with freezing rain on the overhead catenary system as it pertains to the functionality of the LRT?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. So again, the first point is that the RMCO does not investigate these issues and does not get into the technical aspect or its resolution. So I have not been involved in the investigation. I don't know the details, but I will say this, is that freezing rain is a significant environmental event. Snowstorms as well. Freezing rain impact clearly have a significant impact on LRTs. This recent event in terms of freezing rain, I think we're talking 15 millimeters or so of rain, very significant, impacted the Confederation line significantly, but it also had impacts on other LRTs and commuter operations. So the REM, Metrolinx, others have had impact. Difficult to compare. One could look at the REM and say they were impacted, but not as bad as the city. But it's also a function of the severity and quantity of the freezing rain that you get. I'm not saying that's the full answer, because we need to get to the bottom of the investigation. And that's one of the things worth mentioning, is that in a robust regulatory regime, the operator must follow its safety management system. What does that mean? It means they must investigate the issue, they must understand the primary cause, the contributing factors, and then to address them on a short-term as well as long-term basis. And I don't have the facts behind that to answer your question, but I will say that freezing rain does impact all modes of transport, including LRTs, and that there's practices that have been implemented, to my best knowledge, in terms of applying glycol or antifreeze on the catenary cables, running trains more regularly. My understanding is that was being done, but it may not have been sufficient, obviously, for that instant event.
I appreciate that response, and I'll give you an input that hopefully will shape your 2026 work plan, in that I am concerned about the overhead catenary system and freezing rain, for whatever that's worth. I would also say I recognize that there is a design component to the traction power supply overhead catenary system, and that is outside the scope of the RMCO, which would put it inside the scope of our contractor, who needs to be able to speak to us on that issue. I'll ask some questions on that later. But I would think there is an RMCO component, like you spoke to, the glycol and to the other interface components that are not design related, but that are in fact safety compliance related to that traction power supply system, the overhead catenary, and how that functions through all environmental conditions, to include freezing rain. So I will leave it at that, in that I am concerned about that issue, and I would hope that that would be taken into consideration for 2026. You spoke to a 2023 report from, I believe it was the Transportation Safety Board, specifying bearing issues. Could you just confirm to me what that report was in a little bit more detail, please?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. It's called an advisory, Transportation Safety Board advisory, which summarizes the findings from their investigation, February the 3rd, 2023. Occurrence R22H0037, which concludes on page 8 by saying that these cartridge assembly failures continue to pose a risk to safety until the issues are resolved. Therefore, the City of Ottawa may wish to ensure that all parties involved in the OLRT undertaking work together to resolve design, operational, maintenance risks to safety as they emerge. Furthermore, the parties involved should ensure that effective onboard monitoring systems for safety critical LRV components, such as cartridge roller bearing assemblies, are put in place to protect traveling public. So that's the second to last paragraph in that advisory.
Okay, thank you very much. You mentioned specifically in your briefing that it specified bearing issues. And I just want to confirm, because I know when we've talked about the original derailment root cause issues, we talked about nut pinning. We talked about a number of issues, and I'm not sure how highlighted bearings were at that point in time. And as we've been talking about sustainable solutions, we've seen a lot of feedback on other systems, and I don't know how much heat and light we've put on the bearing issue. Is that an open source document that I would have access to, or is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely. And if I may, just to clarify that, two things. First one is I fully appreciate your concern about the catenary. And as I said, it's already high up in the priority list for risk-based monitoring. And as you have mentioned, the regulatory monitoring would not only look at the regime of inspections, but would also look at the mitigating actions as to their execution. Now, with respect to the bearing, in 2021, the investigation, after the derailment, the investigation, just the time between the derailment and the outcome of this advisory is about a year and a half or so. So they certainly did a very detailed and robust investigation. The nut pinning that you referred to is about the end caps which were rotating due to the forces within the bearing. And so the pinning of those end caps really addressed one of the mechanisms through which that failure mode was starting. However, the fact that they identify the TSB identifies the need for all parties to review the bearing design means that it goes beyond that, because if you read the advisory, they will take you through the evolution of how that design was adapted from a different operation, which had a different load environment. Hence, they judged that this had to be looked at, so that the issues that we are facing today in Spalding are fatigue related, which would not be unexpected if there was a design issue, because the capacity of the bearing and those rollers that are rolling inside that raceway, it's about the forces and it's about the ability of that metal to withstand those forces over time. So that if the design is not compatible with the load environment, you would expect to see fatigue issues, which Spalding is a type of fatigue.
So appreciating that the specific bearings was not a component of your 2025 work plan, but clearly you have a level of knowledge and expertise on that issue. I think what I heard you say is that you assess a connectivity between the current bearing spalling issue and the original report from 2023 from the Transportation Safety Board that identified bearings as a potential issue. There's a connection between the two issues.
Yeah, thank you for the question. And Mr. Chair, again, I will say this with caution in that the RMCO scope is focused on monitoring compliance relative to regulations. I will say that there are experts that are much beyond me in terms of knowledge about bearings that the city has hired that should be able to ascertain that. But certainly on the surface, what we see is a fatigue issue, which is consistent with a design issue that shows up over time that would not show up over time if the design was capable to fully withstand the load environment, not only over the short and medium term, but over the long term. I mean, these bearings have a life, and there's different numbers that are used. We hear numbers of 1 million kilometers or 1 million miles. Well, we're taking them out right now at 100. So clearly there's an issue there.
When you spoke to the outstanding remedial issues, I don't recall if I saw track rail interface on that list. But can you speak to if track rail interface concerns were identified by yourself as an area that requires remedial follow-up?
Thank you for the question. Mr. Chair, again, the RMCO's focus would be on starting with the program. What does the program require for track inspections? So there's a regime of daily inspections, monthly inspections, 3-month, 6-month annual inspections. There's ultrasonic rail flaw detections. That's what the RMCO would look at. The RMCO would not get into the track train dynamics issues. Having said that, when I talk about load environment, the load environment is the combined effect of all those things put together. So you're talking about vertical forces, you're talking about accelerations and decelerations, you're talking about vibrations, you're talking about track train forces. And this is where the design needs to be able to fully be connected with all those forces to be able to withstand those forces. And this is what the TSB has pointed to in their advisory, and the need hence to revisit the design.
Okay, thank you. I got a couple more questions. You want me to just go? Okay. For the city manager, can you just confirm that the RMCO mandate focuses on line 1 exclusively and does not include lines 2 and 4?
That is correct.
And just for the benefit of the public's awareness, the function that the RMCO performs for the city as it pertains to the Confederation line, how is that function met for lines 2 and 4?
We have oversight of Transport Canada. And I'm sure Sabrina could provide a few more comments on that, should you wish.
I think I am interested actually in how the good work that is being clearly done in terms of picking up core risk-based concerns on rail safety for the Confederation line is being identified on lines 2 and 4, where that falls outside of the jurisdiction and scope of Mr. Barada.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mr. Chair, lines 2 and 4 are federally regulated by Transport Canada and the Canadian Transportation Agency. Safety concerns are reported through the regular mechanisms, be it through Transport Canada inspections and audits, which are ongoing on a weekly basis, as well through our annual reporting process of safety and security data. That is how the concerns are reported to Transport Canada and the CTA as applicable.
Okay, thank you very much. I suppose my last comment then would be, we've heard a number of good reports, I think, on identifying compliance issues and focusing on the right compliance areas, and I appreciate that, Mr. Barada. There is a chain with 3 links, as we saw, and I think a critical link in that is the design piece, and that's an RTG function. And I know that I've spoken for a number of months on my interest in seeing RTG come and attend transit committee so they can speak to that issue themselves. And I suppose my question then for the city manager or perhaps Mr. Leary would be if you could confirm that we're going to be having RTG in fact attend transit committee in the near future in order to be able to speak to design issues across the board for the LRT.
Through the chair, we've had discussions with them this week a number of times, and they are planning to come in May for us to come to the committee.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Tierney.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Straight to the question, I noticed one thing that you had mentioned that concerned me. Inside the station versus outside the station, that seems like a pretty good flag between who's responsible about RTM versus Alstom. That seems like a pretty basic conversation that probably should have taken place. Do you feel confident? Again, because I think there's a lot of confusion around RTM versus RTG, which is the group above. I see you smiling because I think this is exactly one of the issues. Do you feel confident the left hand and the right hand are now talking together? And if you can make it brief, just to be aware that we want to get on to the next issue, which as much as we love your safety stuff, but that was a long time, David. That was like half an hour, man. We got to get on this stuff.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair, and appreciate this is very technical. Appreciate everyone's patience on this, but there are just so many pieces, components, to the scoping when it comes to the Confederation line. In my estimation, there's been a very sensible, very comprehensive job at putting together all the components, scoping it out, putting them in the project agreement. We got detailed tables that say who's going to do what. Nothing is perfect, so it appears, and I'll invite OC Transpo to add to this, but it appears based on the knowledge that I've gathered in this monitoring that the stations outside of the tunnel for the inspection of the GIDS system were not scoped in. And it came in after, so it was recognized after revenue service, and it was scoped in through a contract variation from the city to RTG. The signatory is RTG, who's dropped down. This is a legal term, dropped down the contract from RTG to RTM. So RTM is the actual company doing the maintenance and inspections, but they've actually subcontracted it to Alstom that does the lion's share of the work. So they were given a contract, they cascaded it down to their subcontractor, but this is a piece that was not scoped in initially in the project agreement. And if I'm wrong here, I'll invite anybody to add to this, but that's my understanding of it. So when it was identified as a gap, it was immediately put in as a contract variation.
Yeah, I don't know if staff want to add to that. It seems pretty obvious. If we can end the Spider-Man pointing meme, who's responsible? If you feel confident that is the case, that is good news, I think. So thank you for that.
Okay, I'm seeing no additional questions from committee members. Thanks very much, Sam. Almost like a regular dentist checkup from you this year. No cavities, a bit of plaque, nothing major to be concerned about, but need to keep monitoring, keep up that daily flossing and the good habits. And we'll schedule our appointment for next time. But do appreciate you answering the questions today and for the ongoing work that you're doing. And thanks very much. And I guess we'll see you at council in a couple of weeks when this comes to council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thanks very much to everyone.
Are the report recommendations carried for this? Carried? Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to item 6.1, which is the OC Transpo update for rail, bus, and para-transpo. We have a presentation from staff. Like last time, we're going to break it into two parts. The first part of the presentation is specific to the ongoing LRT issues, so we'll take a pause and do some questions there, and then we'll continue the rest of the presentation that goes more broadly into a number of topics. We'll go to our delegations, and then we'll come back to any additional questions for staff. Just give our staff a chance to reset at the table. All right, and we'll turn it over to General Manager Rick Lurie.
Through the chair. Thank you and good morning, everyone. Bonjour. I want to say thank you to the Transit Committee members and Chiyakawa for the warm introduction. I'd let you know it's an absolute honor to be here today, and I'm really excited to serve as the General Manager of Transportation Services in Ottawa. I'm very excited. You know, I look at my career and I'm not sure where the 40+ years went, but I can tell you the last 25 or so, I've been leading major transit systems across Canada and North America. I also like to tell people that I am very honored to have started my career as a frontline operator, operating trains as a union employee while I was a young man in university. And I always tell that to people because it's my experience that has really translated to a clear passion for public transit today, as I sit here 42 years later in the business and in my fourth transit system. So I'm very proud and honored. As a leader, I'd tell you that my focus has been on delivering safe and reliable service and a better transit experience for our customers. That has been my focus for my entire career. I tell you here in Ottawa, that focus will remain the same. I'm committed to get to know this community firsthand, all while bringing what I would say is my own knowledge and leadership and experience from both the three organizations, Toronto, York Region, and Boston. I do want to take a moment as well, if I could, and thank Troy for working closely with me through my first days as the general manager. I'd let you know that Troy's extensive knowledge at OC Transpo really has helped me immensely, and I'm looking forward to working with him as well as the rest of the OC Transpo staff as we chart our path forward and establish the next steps needed to improve service delivery and reliability. Many of you may have heard me say this, and I can tell you that the city manager has been very clear to me about my top priority is to restore reliability to our bus and rail system for our customers. And I've already begun doing this by doing a number of reviews, and I do look forward to returning to the Transit Committee to discuss my initial assessment and next steps. I will be sitting down with the city manager shortly, going over 30, 60, and 90-day updates for her. So just to let you know that. I do want to thank the city manager personally as well, Wendy. Thank you very much. And Chair as well, as everyone else present here today, for making this first Transit Committee meeting such a welcoming one for me. So thank you for that. I think I'll pass it back to yourself or or Troy Chair to continue with the formal agenda. So thank you, merci.
Okay, good morning, everyone. And, similar, so before I dive into the presentation, I just want to take a moment to say thank you. Being the interim general manager for OC Transpo has really been the highlight of my 25 years with the city. And I've said before, the opportunity to serve as the interim general manager in the city that I grew up in, the city I love, has been a real honor. So thank you very much. I appreciate all the efforts from the transit committee members and councilors. You've all been very, very firm with us and fair as well. And I feel, and the team feels, the passion that you all have for transit services and improving the service. So thank you all very much for that. I also wanted to express my excitement to work with Mr. Leary here. He brings a wealth of knowledge and experience, and I know that, and the new perspectives, and I know that they'll benefit us both in the short and the long term. So really looking forward to working with Mr. Leary. As the chair and Mr. Leary have said, our city and the transit system has great potential. Look forward to continuing to support the team as we push forward to deliver the quality, customer-focused service that our customers and residents deserve and expect. You've heard me say that before. Our customers deserve and expect a great service, and that's something that we intend to deliver on. So thank you. So getting into the presentation now, if we could pull that up on the screen. We all recognize that one of the biggest concerns for our customers right now is the limited capacity on Line 1. So over the next few slides, we'll walk you through the latest progress on the work we've been doing with RTG and Alstom to safely restore Line 1 capacity. So we go to the next slide, please. So there is a lot of information for us to cover today, and I'll be providing an overview of the current status. And Ms. Pazian here will then get into more details with a focus on the requirements to restore capacity on our fleet. As we shared at our technical briefing in January, Rideau Transit Group and Alstom identified spalling damage on the cartridge bearing assemblies, you'll hear me say CBAs, on our Line 1 vehicles. As a result, a safety order was issued on January 21st to limit the mileage on the CBAs to 100,000 kilometers and introduce additional inspection and monitoring practices. This was done to ensure that Line 1 remains safe for customers as well as our employees. Since that time, we have been working with RTG and Alstom on an action plan to restore Line 1 capacity as soon as possible and without compromising our ongoing safe operations. As previously communicated, we required RTG and Alstom to implement further mitigation measures and enhance inspection regimes while we continue to review their supporting documentation, their analysis, and to speak with technical experts, including the bearing manufacturer. Since January, work has been advancing and the containment measures were being actioned as we work towards restoring Line 1 capacity. An action plan was finalized, which upon full implementation, the city would have been able to reassess the ongoing 100,000 kilometer restriction and likely remove it. However, part of this technical work associated with the action plan required RTG and Alstom to conduct further technical analysis, what we call teardowns, to examine the CBA units in greater detail. Through these teardowns, Alstom discovered additional damage that was not anticipated. As a result of the additional damage to the CBAs, it required a full review of the containment measures already implemented, further interim mitigations measures to be put in place, as well as additional actions. It also means that at this time, the 100,000 kilometer mileage limit for the CBAs cannot be reassessed or removed. At the same time as this information was coming to light, our team responded quickly and developed contingency plans to ensure we could keep everyone moving should Line 1 be impacted. There are a lot of moving pieces to this, and you may have heard some discussion of the planning work about our operations team looking at potentially implementing R1 bus replacement bus service. Good operations, we plan, we anticipate, we plan, and we mitigate for any scenario that could come forward, and that was the work that we were doing. Ultimately, we did not need to implement those contingency plans. Service continued to operate safely and at those current service levels. But I fully acknowledge here that, yes, we were taking actions and steps to plan for various scenarios. And that involves, organizing a lot of people within our organization because it was all about how can we provide the best service possible and minimize impacts for our customers. So yes, the work was undertaken and we were engaging a lot of our team to move forward with that. Next slide, please. As you'll hear from in more detail from Ms. Pazian, we have made substantial progress and have a robust containment plan with key components outlined on this slide. Our work with RTG and Alstom has been focused on finalizing a containment plan that is specific for our system and provides the level of assurance we require for continued operations. Just seeing if they get the slides lined up properly here. Okay, I'll continue on. This meant looking at a range of options, from vibration monitoring for trains at the yard to bearing condition monitoring to engaging independent experts to ensuring the proper documentation was provided and reviewed. We know the impact that this is having on our customers, and we do not take this lightly, but it is important for the city to conduct its due diligence and ensure that our maintenance partners are taking the appropriate measures. As part of the action plans, RTG and Alstom have implemented a number of containment measures and mitigations, including acoustic monitoring on the trains to identify potential spalling on the CBAs and ongoing teardowns I previously mentioned of these CBAs. Additionally, as Ms. Pazian will share, Alstom is also in the process of implementing monitoring technology at the chain yard on their wheel lathe, as well as implementing real-time condition monitoring on the entire fleet of vehicles. Next slide, please. As I touched upon, the recently discovered additional damage caused a change in the requirements of the containment plan, and new measures had to be implemented to ensure the continued safe operation. The ultimate result is this caused a delay in our ability to reassess and ultimately remove the 100,000 kilometer restriction on the fleet until these additional measures are put in place. Understanding the urgency to safely restore Line 1's capacity, our team engaged independent experts to review the data as well as to provide additional technical analysis to support the team. This is helping make progress towards restoring Line 1 capacity. It is also worth mentioning that RTG and Alstom are aligned with this approach and understand the need to safely restore the service as quickly as possible. As we work through the issue, we'll continue to engage the appropriate experts, and we will not hesitate to use every resource and opportunity to advance the work as quickly as possible. I'll now pass things over to Sabrina.
Merci beaucoup, Troy. Bonjour, Monsieur le Président et membres du comité. In the next few slides, I will provide more details on the plan to safely restore Line 1 capacity. However, before I move on with the rest of the presentation, I want to say a few words about safety. We have mentioned it already today, but it bears repeating. Safety is always OC Transpo's top priority and is my sole focus as the Chief Safety Officer. La sécurité n'est pas seulement une priorité absolue.
It is not only an absolute priority, it is at the heart of all of my decisions.
I know how frustrating this is for our customers, but the decision to implement the safety order and the 100,000 kilometer restriction was made with everyone's safety in mind. Our teams, along with RTG, Alstom, and our independent experts, TRA, and other independent experts are all exploring all possible options and possibilities to ensure the safe restoration of Line 1 as quickly as possible. Anything we can do to help accelerate this will be considered. However, we will not cut corners or make compromises when it comes to safety. All of our teams are working with the utmost urgency to restore the safe service on Line 1. That is our sole focus. I will now walk you through 4 of the key components we have identified that will lead to the safe and gradual increase of our Line 1 capacity. First, we will be maintaining the initial containment measures that we were previously put in place. We discussed this at the last technical briefing and previous transit committee meetings. This is a layered approach to safety, and all these layers together help lower the overall risk. The key component is really a condition monitoring system, which you heard Mr. Baratta speak about earlier today. This must be tested and implemented. The system must be reliable and accurately detect damage on the CBAs in as close to real time as possible. Further, there's also a requirement to replace the CBAs on an ongoing basis, and this will continue. This is to ensure that no vehicles are operating in service with CBAs over 100,000 kilometers. And finally, ongoing technical analysis, monitoring, and input from our independent experts will be essential to inform effectiveness of the additional containment measures and the overall safety assurance process. These 4 components will be all implemented in parallel. While work is happening, RTG and Alstom will continue to investigate and conduct a detailed root cause analysis. This requires a significant amount of highly technical analysis as many components, factors, and elements must all comprehensively be examined. Next slide, please. We should be on slide 6. Perfect. The initial containment measures implemented as part of the safety order will continue, and that will help ensure that Line 1 remains safe for all customers and staff. In addition to limiting vehicles from entering service if they have CBAs with more than 100,000 kilometers, this also includes acoustic monitoring and detection activities. This will also include the teardowns that Troy described earlier. This means that the CBAs are physically torn down, torn apart, so that experts can inspect and assess if there's any damage, be it spalling or otherwise. These teardowns are essential as they help provide us with valuable data and will help support the determination of a root cause. RTG will also be working on commissioning a vibration monitoring system that will be installed at the train yard, specifically on the wheel lathe, which is a tool that helps spin the wheels in place to help reshape or resurface them. This tool will help test for any abnormal vibrations. As an added layer to our containment plan, RTG and Alstom have trained staff on board to help identify any potential anomalies through sound. And we've also implemented a roll-by inspection in the yard. And what that means is that there'll be trained technicians who are checking the trains outside of the vehicles as they leave for service. In addition to this work, RTG is also providing an updated risk assessment to us. As Troy mentioned, we have engaged independent experts, and they have provided assurance that these containment and mitigations that we have in place, we can continue to safely run Line 1 train service. And that was echoed by Mr. Beretta earlier today. Next slide, please. I will now provide a bit more detail on the 4 components individually that I just went through. First, the condition monitoring system. So this is a system, it's a device that monitors the condition or the status or the health of the bearings on each train in almost real time. This is typically achieved through sensors either placed on the vehicles themselves or on the track. Through extensive research and informed by recommendations from our independent experts, we have directed RTG to pursue a condition monitoring system in alignment with the TSB safety advisory. In particular, this system has been used previously on our Line 1 fleet, and it uses sensors on board the trains. You may recall hearing us talk about smart bugs in the past. It's essentially a sensor that regularly monitors the CBA and can detect vibrations and anomalies while the trains are in operation. This will allow us to detect and be notified in almost real time if there is any anomalies, and then we can act accordingly. Many transit systems around the world are already using this technology, and it's proven to be effective. A vendor has already been engaged to secure an initial supply of these sensors for a pilot. Once they have been delivered and installed on a select number of our vehicles, they will undergo testing and commissioning as part of this pilot program. We will review the data and conduct analysis throughout the pilot phase. And as Mr. Beretta mentioned, this condition monitoring system is in alignment with the previously issued TSB Rail Safety Advisory Letter, which stated that the parties involved should ensure that effective onboard monitoring system for critical safety components such as the cartridge barrier roller assemblies should be put in place to protect the traveling public. While we have a clear plan with this pilot program, RTG is also exploring another additional condition monitoring system that could also be effective in detecting damage or anomalies that would be installed on the track as opposed to on the vehicles. This is being explored in parallel to the pilot. Next slide, please. As of right now, it's too early to provide a detailed timeline for the implementation of the pilot program in full, as it's dependent on supply, installation, and successful testing. But based on the information RTG has provided, it is anticipated that this may be about 6 to 8 weeks. We will see the number of vehicles gradually increase as a result of the implementation of the condition monitoring system, but also the CBA replacements, which I'll cover shortly. We are exploring every option to accelerate this timeline to allow the safe restoration of Line 1 service. We are also currently working closely with RTG, Alstom, and the vendor to determine a full fleet deployment schedule. But currently, we are anticipating that this could take approximately 2 to 5 months based on the current information that we have, and this would be for the entire full fleet deployment. Next slide, please. As you may recall, as part of the original containment strategy for the spalling issue, and now as part of this revised containment plan, the city continues to require RTG to have an adequate supply of CBAs. We know more have been ordered, and we are monitoring the supply very closely. The CBAs will need to continue to be replaced to support the gradual return to service, as the 100,000 kilometer restriction outlined in the safety order will remain in place, as Troy mentioned. This is in addition to the ongoing replacement of the CBAs for other reasons, for example, those that have reached the requirement to be replaced based on the original equipment manufacturer guidelines. When a CBA is replaced, it essentially means that the clock starts over again at zero. And when it reaches a threshold that the vehicle must be removed from service again, and then the CBAs would be replaced. The 100,000 kilometer restriction requiring the replacement of the CBAs will remain in place until a condition monitoring system has been implemented on the full fleet and or until a root cause for the spalling issue has been completed and it has been confirmed that the redesign can address both the original CBA issue and the spalling issue. Next slide, please. Next, I'll discuss the ongoing technical analysis and our continued work with our independent experts. As Troy mentioned earlier, additional damage was found, and as Troy mentioned earlier, additional damage was found because of the sampling regime that we put into place. This sampling regime requires them to physically tear down and open up the CBAs and examine them piece by piece to determine the extent of the damage that may have occurred. This work is essential to support our root cause analysis. We continue to engage with our independent experts, and this includes providing them with ongoing information about the monitoring and containment plans and having an independent lab examine some of the CBAs. We absolutely understand the urgency of safely restoring Line 1 capacity, and I want to assure our customers that every available resource has been engaged, and our teams have been working around the clock. Next slide, please. What we've talked about so far are the steps and the actions required to safely return our current Line 1 to full capacity, And next, I want to briefly cover on what happens next. Once our current Line 1 service has been safely restored, the containment measures will continue to be required and will remain in place. This includes a fleet-wide implementation of the condition monitoring system, and ongoing technical analysis will be required. Further, the continued replacement of the CBAs at every 100,000 kilometers will continue, culminating with the root cause investigation that will help inform about how to address the spalling issue and will also inform the axle bearing redesign. As always, our due diligence continues, and we are pushing not only for a containment of these CBA issues, but a resolution and rectification of the issues overall. Je vais maintenant redonner la parole à Troy pour terminer.
I'll give the floor over to Troy to finish this part of the presentation.
Okay, thank you, Sabrina. So as you've heard, as you've seen here, there's a layered approach to how we're able to maintain service here, and we're layering on all these mitigations and containment measures to ensure that the operation can continue to run safely and reliably. And I know you've heard us say it a few times, but it's just important that we keep stressing it. Every effort is being made to accelerate the work that is required, the ongoing actions. Every activity we're trying to accelerate as much as we can to restore the service for our customers. It's important. We know the impacts it's having, both presently as well as in the future. So we are pushing really, really hard in that regard. Sabrina touched upon some of the timing of this work, and I'm going to talk about it a little bit more further. Some of this information is still pending and is being updated, which could affect these timelines. And as we go through, sort of like we've already heard before, as you're in this situation and you're doing these investigations and teardowns, new information may come available that we need to respond and react to. So that's obviously one of the key caveats I need to throw out there. But over the next few weeks, customers can expect that Line 1 will continue to operate every 3 to 4 minutes with the single car trains. That has been able to largely meet up with capacity in most days. And with the start of university exams and universities coming to a close in the end of April, we will see a drop in ridership, which will help us in that regard. But for the most part, the train service is meeting up with capacity, except for a few occurrences on a daily basis. Over the few coming weeks, there'll be a gradual increase in the number of trains available through RTG and Alstom as they replace the CBAs, and then we will be looking at how we can incrementally increase service for our customers in that regard. Within the next 6 to 8 weeks, we expect that as part of the condition monitoring pilot, the sensors will be installed on the trains, and the first phase of the testing commissioning will have started. In parallel, the replacement of the CBAs will continue. We currently anticipate that CBA replacements may make it possible for full line 1 capacity to be restored by the end of May. Obviously, again, we want to try to advance that if we can, but right now, based on the information we have, we believe that end of May is achievable for full service resumption on line 1. In the longer term, once the results of the condition monitoring pilot are confirmed, we expect that the system will be installed on all the trains, and this could take anywhere between 2 to 5 months. We're working with RTG and also to get more information to confirm these timelines and accelerate this work as much as possible. And as these timelines evolve, we'll obviously continue to keep the committee as well as our customers updated and informed. As more vehicles also become available, the timing of trial running on the East Extension is also being evaluated. So at this point, I do not have a timeline associated with the East Extension, but it is something that's very much on our mind. Our first priority is to have line 1 service operating at its normal capacity, back to full service, but we're also prepared to move very quickly to proceed with trial running as soon as we get to a point where we can. We know that these timelines may be disappointing for our customers, but I can't stress it enough. Our commitment is always to support the safe operation of our service, whether it be bus or rail. And that's our commitment to each and every one of you here and to all the residents of the City of Ottawa. Next slide, please. As the situation progresses and as we work towards a return of full capacity on line 1, we'll keep our customers informed through all our communication channels. We do anticipate that our customers will see the effects of gradual improvements to capacity on line 1 in the coming weeks. And our work on line 1 will ensure that we're ready to keep customers moving during the summer festival season and to welcome newer returning customers as the federal employees return to office more frequently in the coming months. We're definitely aligned with making sure that our full service returns in times for Canada and Blues Fest. That's critically important for us. But as I mentioned here, we know that the federal employees with more return to office, more return to work, that'll put some added pressure on our system. So we want to be prepared for that. And we're moving, that's all our plans are aligned towards having the capacity on line 1 for that. So I know that we've covered a lot of information. I just want to summarize a few of the key points. If you go to the next slide, please. Thanks. We have a plan in place to continue to make progress on increasing the line 1 capacity to the required service level. This work will require RTG to implement the necessary containment measures on all the vehicles of the line 1 fleet in order to return the entire fleet. Work on the root cause analysis will continue, and this will inform our understanding of the spalling issue as well as the axle bearing redesign. Throughout this process, the team is committed to accelerating the work. Can't stress that enough. And we'll continue to keep people informed. This will include continuing with our weekly updates on Fridays, as well as our monthly transit committee meetings until the full line 1 vehicle capacity is achieved. So next slide, please. So Chair, this concludes the first portion of the presentation. As we discussed, prepared to take some questions on this portion.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to pause here and take any questions on the portion of the presentation we just heard on the LRT issues. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you very much. And I appreciate that. Yeah, the East End is always a big concerning question. Obviously, getting line 1, the existing component going first is critical. I think you saw some of my colleagues' faces when the East End discussion came up because there's a lot of implications. So realistically, what are we thinking as far as a technical briefing, what a real timeline is about the eastern component? Is this something, are we going to wait between, month by month till we have these meetings, or is there going to be further updates as we get a little closer? What are you thinking realistically? Because of course we have back to school and we have 5-day government work week, day weeks coming up. I'm very happy. I won't talk about buses right now, Mr. Chair, because that's later on. I'm happy to see about the buses because we'll need those, especially if lines have to shut for testing or whatever. I think people just need to know what we're going to look at here, because over the summer it's one thing, but as soon as you get in the school year, it's really difficult to implement a whole segment.
Great. So Mr. Chair, to answer the question, right now, my focus would be on getting an update, a more substantive update at the next TC meeting in May. And then that we can inform in terms of when we have maybe a technical briefing and trial running. And we really want to just sort of solidify the timelines associated with the CBA replacements, as well as the condition monitoring. And then that will inform, the frequency that we can give updates, but really focus on having a good update at next TC And as Mr. Leary mentioned, we've been having the conversations with RTG and they've expressed a willingness and desire to come to TC. And so right now we're planning for that for May as well too. So that would be part of that discussion.
Okay, so realistically for the eastern extension, am I reading right? 2 to 6 months possibly? I mean, I know line 1 is the focus right now. I'm just looking for a ballpark figure here.
What we're anticipating is right now is in order to return the entire fleet,
Yeah.
we need to put the condition monitoring on the entire fleet of vehicles. And yeah, at this point, we're thinking it's that 2 to 5 month time period.
Okay. Okay. That's a pretty broad range, but at the same time, I appreciate it. So no removal of the 100,000 kilometer limits. We're going to be swapping these things like snow tires. I mean, that is a bit of a concern. Do we have any measures? Maybe Sabrina kind of mentioned that. So I thought maybe you can expand on the sensors in relations to the vibration detection. I think that's probably a component that might lend some assistance to what's happening here.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mr. Chair. That's exactly right, Councillor, that the condition monitoring system, so there's the sensors that would go on board the vehicles, is exactly what will unlock that 100,000 kilometer limit. So this is something that's near real time that will provide staff and RTG and Alstom with a notification should there be an anomaly, and then we can take action accordingly. And this is a system that's in place in many railways across the world.
Okay, and that was my next question. So this is something, and Rick would know based on his experience that other companies have used these vibration detectors, bugs, you call them, I guess, smart bugs.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. There's various companies that provide condition monitoring systems, but condition monitoring systems are used throughout the world, whether it's vibration sensors, whether it's on the track or on the train. But this is a technology that's been proven, and that's why the TSB had recommended it as well.
Okay, so that's kind of going where I'm thinking on this is obviously line 1 is critical. You said unlock the 100,000 kilometer limit just now, so I assume this is really where we have to get to. Yeah, that time frame is going to be extremely difficult to achieve, but do you feel this is probably a better avenue than? I mean, obviously there's a lot to think about. We have the 21-day testing cycle for the East End. I'm still a little confused on how that's going to operate. We've had discussions about that. I think the public really needs to know because you have to run the full length from all the way at Tunney's straight out to Trim. There's embarking and getting off the train, and the train's got to keep moving, and the resets every time we don't get to 21 days. There's just a lot in the East End, and I know you don't really want to bring this as part of the conversation today. We're focused on line 1, but there is a real linkage. So I think we need a commitment when we're going to get an update specific to the East End. I know you're wrestling with line 1 right now, but this is really important to the entire process, I think.
Mr. Chair, 2 aspects of that. So to answer the first part of the question, I think the condition monitoring is 100% the right way, the direction we need to take.
Good.
Right now, it's containment measures and mitigations. It's not solutions.
Yeah.
Right. So we need to have something more, the term I've used in talking with the team is we need to industrialize the process and apply technology to this. And the smart bugs give us that. And then as Ms. Pazian indicated, it allows us to reassess and likely remove the 100,000 kilometer restriction. With regards to the trial running, we do have a technical briefing that we plan to bring forward.
Okay.
The plan has been to bring that forward when we're closer to the trial running date, so that the information can stay fresh. But all those questions that you mentioned here, how trial running would operate, what it means for the existing line, what it means for the extension, all those pieces are there. But as we get closer to getting that date, I think we can firm something up for you. But 100%, we want to give you that detailed information about trial running, what it means for our customers, what they can expect, and the timelines associated with that.
Great, and I appreciate that. So in the next 2 to 6 months or 5 months, we'll have a technical briefing date, but I think you'll probably have a better sense after Rick gets his feet wet about when we're going to have that kind of technical briefing. I'm hoping in the next month, maybe month and a half. I would hate to go too much longer, just so everyone has to plan life. And if we don't have trains running by September, in the East End, that has massive impacts on the entire system, especially if we don't have the buses to be able to service that. I won't get into the buses now, but certainly there is a whole segment to that, and especially if we're seeing the testing going on in the East End still now. We've seen some trains moving. That's good news. But I think the public is really anxious. We see them dusting the stations. We see them testing out there. But I think we need to know something a little sooner than later just to plan life. Do we have to find alternative transportation methods? Are people going to have to take double buses to a train station? Is the platform going to still be overloaded at Blair? Love you guys, but you got to go to Orleans at some point.
Mr. Chair, we fully anticipate being able to provide more information at the MATC in terms of timelines for the condition monitoring and the CBA replacements, which will then largely inform when we think we can get into trial running. As I said, yeah, we won't wait too late to give you that information on the trial running piece. And I know that we're not talking about bus now, it's coming.
Yeah.
But, so you've got some positive updates on the bus side of things. And I know, Mr. Leary here has got some really strong perspectives on that. But I think, we're really trending in the right direction in terms of our bus availability. But there's still some challenges that we need to address, to your point.
Thank you very much, Troy. And thank you, Rick and Sabrina. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Chair. So going back to slide 7, technical analysis identified new damage, which changed the containment plan requirements and required additional interim measures to ensure safe fleet operations. I think we need some significantly more information about that. What was the new damage that you discovered?
Thank you for the question, Chair. As part of the original containment plan, we had required a tear down, a sampling regime that tore down specific number of CBAs. And in that regime, we were hoping that was going to validate some of the containments that we already had in place. That you'll recall at the last Transit Committee meeting in the technical briefing, we talked about making sure that all the containments had been validated and verified. So this is a perfect tie-in to that. So when RTG and Alstom tore down the CBAs, they found additional damage that they were not expecting. So in reaction to that additional damage, we worked closely with RTG, Alstom, and some independent experts to put in some additional mitigations in place on top of what was already in place. So this included the addition of on-train technicians who are trained to listen for any anomalies over top of the CBAs, as well as this roll-by inspection as the trains leave the yard in case there's any anomalies that can be seen or heard or smelled.
Can I just ask for some more details though on what was that additional damage? Like what is the anomaly?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. The additional damage that was found was spalling, and then a more severe spalling that's called shelling. And if you have some technical questions, our Director of Engineering, Marco, can get into that.
Please.
I'm happy to add. Thanks for the question. The damage that was found was the most severe one so far, and it's exactly right. We have more depth of the damage on the outer race of the smaller bearing found on specific vehicles there. Both the depth and the size of the damage, which is called charling. So more of the material was chipped off the outer race of the smaller bearing.
I'm sorry, I missed that word that you used. I'm familiar with fretting. I'm familiar with spalling. What's this term?
It's charling. So it's flaking off more material sizes than spalling.
How do I spell that?
Shelling, like a shell.
Shelling.
Shelling, yeah.
Okay, so we have
double L-I-N-G.
So shelling is
it's a continuation of spalling. Spalling typically is the start where you have an indentation of a hard impact, like indentation there that you can feel. Once a little bit of material is chipped off, that's the spalling. And if it's more like area of more than, let's say, a centimeter, then it's called charling.
So we have shelling that you weren't expecting to find, and you found through a teardown.
That's correct.
So how will we be discovering shelling moving forward?
Shelling, as my colleague Marco just described, is just an evolution of spalling. So the measures that we have in place to detect the spalling that I went through the whole presentation would also detect shelling. And one of the things I had intended to mention earlier is that it also validated the 100,000 kilometer restriction that's in place, because both of those vehicles that were tore down had CBAs over 100,000. So it validated that we have the appropriate safety containment measures in place to address the issue.
Because you found it through a tear down, which you're doing regularly. How often do you do tear downs? Like, what is the frequency with which you do those?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. The frequency is currently quarterly, but there is a large sample that it's varied over depending on the kilometers of the vehicles.
So how many is that on a quarterly basis?
As part of this sampling regime specifically, it's 32 quarterly. But there's other reasons that the CBAs are torn down for different reasons outside of this spalling issue. And those CBAs that are being torn down for other purposes are also still being inspected for the same thing. So we're leveraging all the current inspections that are taking place unrelated to the spalling issue.
Okay, forgive a question. Once you've done a tear down, are you able to reassemble?
No, we are
CBA?
not.
So is it 32 CBAs on a quarterly basis that we are burning through to do that addition or supplemental sampling?
That is correct, but that additional teardown is what gave us the confidence that we could continue with safe operations on line 1 right now, and it is also instrumental in determining the root cause.
But but the safe running is also dependent on additional interim measures. What are those additional interim measures that you've had to institute as a result of discovering the shelling?
Those were the ones that I just covered, the trained technicians on board the train who are trained to listen for acoustic sounds, and then as well as the roll-by inspections that are leaving the yard that have trained technicians outside the vehicle inspecting each of the bogies as they're driving out of the yard.
Is that, are those trained technicians on every train, or are you just trying to get a sample of the trains coming out of the yard and on the tracks?
They are covering every train that's leaving the yard, and then they are covering every train twice during the service, ideally spread out by a few hours, but let's say put once in the morning and once in the afternoon.
Okay, and they are listening for the anomaly.
That is correct.
Okay. And you are confident they've demonstrated to you that is that can be performed satisfactorily such that you can have safe operations.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have had independent experts and the bearing manufacturer themselves who have come out to say that this is an appropriate method and that it would be heard audibly if the bearings are going to be failing. And so both the roll-by inspection, where the technicians are outside of the vehicle in the yard, as well as the onboard technicians would be able to detect the sound and act in plenty of time.
When did you discover the shelling?
I don't have the exact date in front of me, but I want to say maybe 2 weeks ago.
And that coincides with when rumors were circulating in social media about a potential shutdown of the LRT line. My understanding is that callouts went to operators to say, get ready. How close were we to a shutdown?
To answer your first question, that is correct. Is right around the time that you were hearing the plans and the mitigations that we were putting in place. We were having ongoing dialogue and discussions with RTG and Alstom throughout the entire process, and the information was forthcoming. But we needed a plan for that potential eventuality. I'd like to say that we weren't necessarily close to doing that, but if the information wasn't supplied by RTG, if we didn't have the proper information from the bearing supplier, if we didn't get right information, that's supporting information from the independent expert, we might have been in a different situation. But we had the assurances from RTG and Alstom that all that information was coming, and they would be able to confirm it. We obviously want these things as much in writing as possible. So we're pushing hard. But I wanted to plan for that potential eventuality. But I to be honest, I don't know how close we were necessarily to doing that, but I need to plan.
Okay. Sorry, bear with me just a moment. You know what? I am going to leave it there. I may come back. Thank you.
Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you very much. English is okay. I'm going to continue with Councillor Leeper's line of questioning, he handled a few of the questions I wanted to ask. I didn't explicitly understand exactly how many vehicles have been impacted by the shelling.
2.
So 2 by the shelling, and in total, how many? So how many spalling, how many shelling?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to allow Marco to correct me, but I believe it is 11 with spalling and 2 with shelling.
Okay, and would you say that the shelling, do I understand it correctly, that it's more advanced stages of spalling?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, okay, and
That's correct. More severe, Counselor.
yeah, and has there been any similar damage identified subsequent to this?
No, there has not, and all the rest of the teardowns were completed.
Okay, and talked about, okay, who's paying for all of these additional measures?
So RTG and Alstom are wholly responsible for the design and design manufacture of the vehicles in the system. So those are costs for them to bear.
But all the operational costs to our service are us in terms of if we need extra operators, buses, whatever else that's being, not that we have that, but can you just outline exactly what they're paying for?
So RTG and Alstom, our RTG, that's who we have our contract with is with RTG. They're responsible for anything and everything to do with the design, the build, the maintenance of the system. So if there is a latent defect, a construction related defect, that is their cost to bear to fix. To your point though, that however, if we do have to implement R1 replacement bus service and the associated increase in cost impacts, that would be the city would bear those costs. Now, we offset those costs largely through the financial penalties that we levy against them in terms of their monthly service payment.
Okay, I might have more questions on that later. You also said 6 to 8 weeks before more vehicles are in the fleet, but you're working to accelerate that. What factors could potentially accelerate that?
Thank you for the question, Chair. The factors are really about the supply of the condition monitoring sensors and the successful implementation of the pilot.
Okay, thank you. Just going back to sort of the beginning, talked about the independent experts that have been called in. Who are these independent experts? How independent are they?
Thank you for the question, Chair. There's a variety of experts that we're working with. They are not city employees, so they're completely independent of the city. The primary one is TRA, the Transportation Resource Associates that we've been working with since the derailments in 2021. There are independent safety experts. I spoke about the bearing manufacturer expert who's come forward. That's SKF, and a variety of other experts. But I'm not talking about RTG and Alstom. I'm talking about like independent experts who are outside of the city and outside of the contractor and subcontractors.
Okay, you got my question. I just wanted to make sure that there was no links with that forever. And the root cause analysis on this is different than the root cause analysis. How many root cause analysis sorry, thank you. Grammar check from Councillor Hill. Can you, how many ongoing analysis do we have going on?
Don't make me say that either myself.
Pardon me?
Don't make me say that myself. Analyses, I think.
En français.
En français, yeah. So right now there are presently 2 related to the cartridge bearing assembly, right? So we have the original cartridge bearing assembly issue that caused the derailment. Root cause analysis has been performed on that. And then there's the root cause analysis now with the spalling. It is entirely plausible that it's the same cause for both issues. But that is up to RTG and Alstom to do that detailed analysis and come forward with the plans to rectify.
Okay, and no timeline on those. All right, switching gears to the LRT East Extension. I'm asking this on behalf of Councillor Kitts, actually. I think it's important to be transparent with the public on this. After the spalling issue, it was no earlier than Q2. Then the messaging shifted slightly when we reached substantial completion to have confidence in a Q2 launch. But if we're not getting the technical briefing until May at the earliest, we need to let the public know that Q2 is no longer a possibility. Correct? It's not? And is that something that can be will be public?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, last time we provided an update on the status of trial running and when we thought we could launch the service. It was at that time when we were moving forward with the containment plan, and we were of the belief that we could reassess and remove the 100,000 kilometer limitation. But now with that limitation or that restriction still in place and actions required in order to remove that, i.e. CBA replacements on the fleet or the condition monitoring, there is an impact to trial running. And this time, we still need to get into that level of detail with RTG and finalize the timeline, but it doesn't appear that Q2 is achievable at this point.
Okay, perfect. You said full service line 1. I just want to confirm, full service is 15 trains. Is it 15 double trains? What are we calling full service? The restoration, I think we talked about end of May.
Thank you for the question. So right now we're running 15 single car trains where we increase the frequency of the single car trains to deal with the capacity challenges. But full service Monday to Friday peak periods is 13 double car trains. And then we have different levels of train service throughout the day. On weekends, it's 7 single car trains, but it's the primary one is
the 13 doubles.
13 doubles or 26 singles is the full
peak.
service.
And that's
peak.
End of May that we're shooting for.
Correct.
Okay. And I'll go back on because it's slightly different topic.
Okay, Councillor Brockington.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the update. I just want to say the questions that Councillor Leeper asked about, the new damage that was discovered is a very important point to disclose in your presentation to us, not have us ask you for information, which we hear is the most severe damage that we've discovered to date. It's very important for the reasons that we've just heard, to disclose this so the public further understands the additional challenges that we're dealing with here. When the mayor made a comment in the media last week that a shutdown was possible, that created a firestorm in the public. And I waited all week for a memo to come out from OC TRANSPO to address the issue. I'm sure OC TRANSPO saw in the media people talking about that there could be a pending shutdown of the system. And if that wasn't the case, OC TRANSPO has to correct that narrative. So I'm not sure what the context of the questions were to the mayor, but when the mayor answers those questions and adds to the possibility that there's going to be a system-wide shutdown, which I'm learning for the very first time, reading the media source, OC TRANSPO has to correct that, or at least tell transit commissioners or members of this committee what the full facts are. Because now I've got my residents asking me, are we shutting down the line? So I don't know. So please, when there are major concerns like this being floated in the public, we've got to have the information before us to try and mitigate some of those concerns that are out there. I think I heard in the presentation this morning that we can't open the East End extension because safety will be compromised. And I just want to understand better if we're able to run the trains now on Confederation Line and mitigate the concerns with the CBAs, what are we waiting for?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. I'll start by answering it and then pass it back to Troy. I absolutely did not say that it's due to safety. It is due to the vehicle count. So the number of vehicles required for trial running. There is no change in our safety positioning from a safety assurance process today, tomorrow for the Stage 2 East expansion. It has to do, the timelines that were shown in the presentation, has to do with the supplier providing the condition monitoring sensors and how that can roll out on the entire fleet. So I'll allow Troy to expand on that, but I just wanted to be equivocal that the fleet is safe today and will continue to be safe going forward.
So there's 2 actions that are being worked on in parallel. RTG and Alstom, they are replacing the CBAs, all these CBAs that are over the 100,000 kilometer restriction that's in place right now. It's going to take time to do that, right? And we also know that in the absence of condition monitoring, you're just going to keep racking up kilometers on these vehicles, and you're going to hit the 100K again and again. And that was to the earlier point. So CBA replacements occurring right now free up vehicles so we can get more vehicles into service, but it'll be an extended period of time if we relied solely on that. We need the condition monitoring. The condition monitoring gives us real time or as close to real time information as possible about the status of the bearings and allows us to reassess that 100,000 kilometer restriction and remove it. So that's where the real sort of key point right now is we need that condition monitoring. And it's more than just about the east extension. You know, as I said, it's about industrializing a process, having a robust place, and it's more of a solution at this point as opposed to containments and mitigations.
Okay, so I want to drill into this a bit further because we've got no issue running the trains now on the Confederation line. The Confederation line is safe. My understanding is if we open the East End extension now, we exponentially increase the kilometers we're putting on those carriages that are in use. And we would have to replace the components within the CBA at a much faster rate. And our concern is about the frequency that would have to be replaced, because if the system, as we've just heard, confirmed is safe, the line is safe, the carriages are safe, they're safe for the public to use. We put them in use today, they're in use right now, the public is using them. Why not open the East End extension? Because my understanding from past answers is because we have $100,000 K threshold, putting them in greater service on a daily basis will only increase the frequency that those parts have to be replaced. So, but my point is we could be a year away before the East End is extended. I've heard all the stages that we have to go through here. Why not open the East End right now?
Okay, Mr. Chair, I can provide that clarity. Right now, we have 23 single car trains available for service. To perform the trial running, in accordance with the PA referred to, you're going to run a certain service level to do trial running, which is to assess, that everything's been built the right way, the system can run. You need 46 trains. That's the impediment. So if we had 46 trains, and I'll say 46 trains plus spares, because there's always maintenance, inspections, and requirements that need to happen. But if we had 46 trains plus spares that were under 100,000 kilometers right now, we could start trial running, but we don't.
Okay, fair enough. And Chair, I can move this to the round two, but just on capacity now of the system, when return to office goes back, and I don't have as much of a concern on July 1st as I do on September 1st. Do we have sufficient capacity at rush hour to serve the anticipated increased demand for transit service, particularly on the trains?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, on the train service on line 1, when we're running double car trains, we have sufficient capacity. On lines 2 and 4, there's not a capacity challenge, right? Not a concern. And as I said previously, lines 2 and 4 are unaffected by this issue, but we need to get to the double car trains. And absolutely agree, it's about September for the return to office as opposed to the summer months.
Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Chair. I'll start with one of the points that the previous speaker said was incredibly relevant, because we've let the comms become the story again. And time again, we seem to always let the comms become the story rather than the story be the story. And we got to stop doing that. Anyway, on the on the cartridge bearing, on the CBA, where are we in terms of the first one, like in terms of the CBA redesign and the redesign? Where are we in that process?
So we've seen the drawings for a redesign. So they're at the stage where they're preparing to move forward to a prototype. But obviously with the spalling issue, they need to think about, okay, how does the redesign affect the spalling, and will it address the spalling issue as well? But they are at that point where they want to move forward with a redesign, with a prototype of the redesigned CBA.
And will this prototype, let's say the prototype becomes available imminently, will the prototype start with the same 100,000 kilometer restriction that our existing CBAs have?
Thank you for the question. The prototype will be unaffected from the 100,000 kilometer restriction. What we're looking for right now is the root cause analysis for the spalling to see how that can be embedded and integrated into the CBA redesign.
If I can also add a little bit, I would expect that to manufacture the prototype would be longer than it would take us to implement condition monitoring.
Okay. My last question is with regards to the spalling and the shelling and whatever future, I guess the evolution of that is disintegration. With regards to that issue there, I know we're still working on a root cause analysis, but what is that? What is the thing that is spalling made of? Is it like, I know it's metal, but what kind of metal is it that would spall?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? What kind of?
The part that is spalling,
Yeah.
Or in shelling, what's it made of? The material. Thank you.
So the bearing consists of an inner race, a cage with rollers, and the outer race, sorry. Most of the damages are in the inner race where the rollers roll on this surface there. The material is a very hardened metal with chromium components inserted there with a hardening surface of it. So they are all hard steel metal components.
Okay, so is it the hardening surface that's spalling, or is it the whole?
It starts with chipping off material from the surface, but typically before, with an indentation, you can have micro cracks under the surface. There are different failure modes from different sources. Typically, what we have seen so far from spalling, the starting phase of the shelling later on is the indentation of a hard hit on the surface, which gives on both sides micro cracks under the surface. Then you have a little bit of opening. Typically, grease is squeezed into this crack under the first metal pieces, which are then flaked off.
Yeah. Okay, actually, that makes sense. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Leeper.
Thank you. So I challenged myself this morning as I'm listening in to just kind of recap the technical issues we've had and the mitigations that we've put in place and the future mitigations that we're hoping to put in place. One of the solutions that has been talked about for it has to be 2 years now has been the smart bugs. But before I get into that, I just want to make sure my understanding of the problems and the mitigations we have is correct. We discovered a fretting issue, which I think is related to the first derailment. We've mitigated the fretting issue with we've adjusted the guide rails. There's top of rail lubrication. We conduct the pry bar test, and we've pinned the nuts. Nut pinning. There was a recommendation at the time that we needed to pursue smart bugs associated with the fretting, which hasn't happened yet. And the CBA needs to be redesigned to deal with the fretting issue. Is that roughly the universe for the fretting issue?
Generally speaking, yes. I mean, there's been a few other actions as well too. We've talked about flange lubrication, which is another type of lubrication to allow the trains to move through the curves more effectively. The fretting, you're right, was the cause of the first derailment, and the nut pitting was one of the factors associated with that. So you're generally correct in terms of those are the original containments, and we're building the containments for this new issue, the spalling issue, is building upon those.
So
But also keep in mind, there was the replacement regime of the CBAs as well too, and that's what Sabrina referenced earlier, is that for the random sampling, they're already having to replace CBAs as a result of the original containments. We're using those ones as well as part of the random sampling.
And maybe just to correct two things, Councillor. First, there is an exhaustive list beyond what you said of containments. There's also increased inspections at different intervals. There's these back-to-back inspections. If you'd like, we can take that offline, and Marco and I can go through that with you. But there's a host of other, I'll say, smaller mitigation measures, but that all fed into the original CBA issue.
Right.
And just a slight correction to say that in 2023, what the TSB recommended was not smart bugs specifically. It's just a condition monitoring system to help have a more real-time assessment of your fleet, because I think it bears repeating that spalling is not a unique issue to Ottawa. This exists around the world. What's unique here is the frequency and the speed at which it's propagating. That's why condition monitoring systems are used around the world. So spalling, fretting, shelling, these are not uncommon phenomena in the railway industry. What's uncommon and what needs to be analyzed here as part of the root cause analysis is the speed at which that we're seeing that on brand new bearings.
Okay. So for the spalling issue that we discovered subsequent to the fretting issue, our mitigations on that are basically replacement at 100K, along with the vibration testing on the wheel lathe. Is that roughly the universe? And then there has been a recommendation that we need to put in place condition monitoring.
So condition monitoring is definitely the key to it. But layering on everything that we're doing already for the original issue, it's the acoustic monitoring, it's the technicians on riding on trains twice every time a train goes into service. They need to take 2 measurements of that. It's the roll-by inspection, and then, as I said, and the condition monitoring, a commitment to do that condition monitoring long-term.
But I thought those were 2 new mitigations. So the roll-by testing and the audio monitoring have been implemented to deal with the newly discovered shelling issue.
That's correct, Councillor. I think what Troy had intended to say was after the spalling was discovered, there was acoustic monitoring done on the trains through an iPad. We called that the acoustic monitoring regime, and that's what we were waiting for, the validation and verification of that method, because that was something new that had not been validated in railways before. So that's why we were pushing RTG and Alstom, and in that, this is why the risk assessment is so important, right? A risk assessment will pull together all your risk, what are all your mitigations, and has it lowered the risk down to a tolerable level? So all of these would be outlined in the risk assessment.
Okay. So the condition monitoring devices are, to my mind, one thing that has been common as a recommended mitigation or something we know we need to do. It's been a couple of years now. The pilot, and forgive me, I've lost the slide on which I've got that down, but you are just beginning, you are investigating different types of bearing condition monitoring systems, and an initial supply of vibration sensors is being procured by RTG to test and validate them. This is one thing that seems like it is a mitigation for the multiple different issues that we're facing, but it's still not in place. What's the holdup on it?
That's a really good question, Mr. Chair, and I don't want anyone to leave the impression that we haven't been actively pursuing condition monitoring for a period of time. It's been on our work plan. It's been on RTG's work plan. So post the original derailment and subsequent discussions with RTG and Alstom, they were investigating the application of these smart bugs, and they actually set up a test bench at the NRC, and we're running these axles and bearings, putting kilometers and kilometers on them and trying to pick up a signature that would pick up the fretting. So the fretting versus the spalling. Okay. And they did that process, and they through their investigation, through working with the NRC, they were able to determine that the smart bug would pick up the fretting issue, right? So, but RTG was required to look at, okay, if it's not the smart bug, what other condition monitoring tool can you look at to put in place? And they've been advancing their investigations into that. We know with this spalling issue that it will cause vibration, and that the smart bug will pick up that vibration. So it's a failure within the same component. It's a failure within the CBA, but it's two different subcomponents within that CBA. So the smart bug will be effective at picking up that. So the original containment measures, so we put condition monitoring in place. The original containment measures for the original CBA issue need to remain in place. But the 100,000 kilometer restriction and the recent containment measures we put in for spalling, those ones can come off. Now, as part of as well as part of the redesign, there's space within that redesign for a condition monitoring tool to be embedded into that. And that's ultimately the long-term solution, is having a condition monitoring device as part of that cartridge bearing assembly, as opposed to an add-on, which is this smart bug that we've been referring to.
Okay. So, and is that designed?
Yes, it has. This is proven technology that has been used on the fleet before, and it's all about like what supply the company has, and procurement and shipping and installation and commissioning.
So we have a design for a CBA that we could put on our trains that would solve these issues.
Sorry, I thought the question was, is the smart bug?
Oh, sorry, not the bug, the CBA that incorporates a condition monitoring device. Is that designed yet?
So we have, as I mentioned, we've received the documentation, the design specifications, the paperwork, and RTG now is at that point where they need to move forward with the prototype. And the prototype will have capacity to be able to add in condition monitoring into it. It's, it's basically a little space within the cartridge bearing assembly itself. So we have seen the information package. We've seen the design documents, but they need to move forward with the redesign. But at this point, they're taking a look at, does that redesign address the spalling issue in addition to the original fretting issue?
So that speaks to me to the need to put the condition monitoring device in the trains as quickly as possible, because that whole process of design verification, prototyping, manufacturing, putting it on the train, testing, that sounds like a 3, 4, 5-year process. I don't know what that timeline is.
Mr. Chair, you're absolutely right. Building a prototype, testing that prototype, and then going to manufacture for the entire fleet and installation on the fleet, you're absolutely right. That is years.
So we have an initial supply of vibration sensors that are in procurement. When are those expected to arrive and get put on the trains?
We have our first set that we're anticipating to have in place beginning of May. That's a pilot that Ms. Pazian has been referring to. And then in parallel, they're working with the supplier to obtain enough of supply for the entire fleet.
Okay. I have been kept up at night by the rate at which we're burning through CBAs. What is the supply situation for those?
So Alstom has been able to secure additional supply of the CBAs as well. We've been reaching out to partners in the local area and using Mr. Leary's contacts to see if there's opportunities to borrow CBAs from other properties. But at this point, we know that Alstom has secured a good supply chain of CBAs moving forward.
Do those CBAs have to be redesigned as well? Or is it the issue that I think Councillor Hill points out frequently? Is it unique to Ottawa because of those unanticipated lateral forces from the track configuration?
The other vehicles have the exact same CBA as us, but not necessarily the same track configuration.
Okay, so we can't just okay.
But they are interchangeable between certain properties. The properties that have the same vehicle, we can use the same CBA.
Perfect. I would love a table that describes the problem. We have the fretting, the spalling, the shelling, with the mitigations that are in place, and then the mitigations to come. And I think the public would appreciate access to that sort of a document as well. It has become an increasingly onerous load to us city councillors who are not engineers to try to remember all this.
Thank you for the question, Chair. Yes, that's something that staff can take away.
Thank you.
Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you again. And as we pull a thread a little longer here, so to Councillor Leeper's point, it's like a Rolodex. We're always adding something in, a new term. Shelling is the word of the day. So that being said, I do want to give the opportunity to our to the new GM, the new boss of transit, I assume you're going to look at everything you're hearing today. We've kind of led to the point where now there's 100K. The only way to absolve that issue is these smart bugs for temporary, but clearly we're burning a lot of, I'm just going to say wheel bearings, and we're changing these things like snow tires. It's pretty wild. As we dive closer to a root cause, I think that's what you're here for, is to break some eggs, make some omelets, and be truthful with people. I think there's only two questions that come to mind: the short-term solution, and if there's a longer-term solution. And the longer-term solution is going to require a lot of buses. R1 service is going to require a lot of buses in the eventuality things have to change on a track. Are you keeping all this in mind about what those target bus numbers would be, how this would work in the eventuality the root cause comes back, hypothetically, and there has to be a massive change versus a short-term fix? I know your initial goal is let's fix the short term, but I think all realities are pointing to one thing. So maybe you can just comment. I know you're just coming into this, but I like your direct telling of truth and giving us the honest answers here. And I think that's what we want as a system that will fix forever.
No, absolutely. Through the chair. What I will tell you is that for the life of this product, you will see continual change and updates and revisions. It's just the nature of the business that we're in. 5 years from now, it'll be a different CBA or a more modified CBA. So my discussions with them recently are, where are we today with getting what we can put back on as they continue these revisions into the future? And they acknowledge that.
Yeah.
Right. So we know that. We've had that discussion here. It's about getting the replacements in now, getting us back up operational, continue to do the monitoring, as they've said, take away the 100,000. That's the part that was a little shocking to someone like me as well, right?
Yeah.
You don't typically see that. But it's being well, I'm going to tell you, I'm very impressed it's being well handled inside.
Yeah.
But the discussion with the contractors is future changes as well. So they'll always be doing that.
Okay. And back to what the initial question was, our R1 services would be the spine in the eventuality. And we don't have a heck of a lot of buses right now. I'm not sure if you've had time to get your feet wet on that. Is there a target number of buses you would have in mind in the eventuality we ever had to do some major work on the line?
Through the chair, I'll be honest, it's too soon for me to comment on something like that, to be honest with
Okay,
you.
but that's something certainly you're thinking
Yeah.
about.
Because we're doing assessment of the fleet now from a capital investment plan perspective, an overhaul plan, procurement plan. I'm going to get a real understanding of the fleet, the reliability of the fleet.
Sure.
Some new KPIs we're about to introduce.
Sure.
It'll be more customer focused on the impact of the customer. So we're looking at all that, as well as what we'd have to do in the future if we ever had to do major capital work on the rail line, for instance.
Okay, great. And because I just see drawings right now of all these replacement things and this and that, and the root cause is probably going to be the real answer. And I think you'll discover that as we get a little bit closer. And there's going to have to be a real honest conversation with the public about if we want to do a short-term fix or a long-term fix. But I'll leave you go out, get your feet wet a little bit more. And I look for your honest responses back to us. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions from committee members on this part of it? Okay, we're going to keep going then with part 2 of the update presentation. So back to you, Troy.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So pleased now to move into this month's updates and to highlight our key performance indicators, some of which have been updated, which you'll see, and we'll get right into it. So next slide, please. So I'm going to begin with our updates, talking about an industry first. So April 17th, it's going to mark the first global celebration of public transit on World Public Transport Day. Good. Okay. Cette journée célébrera les avantages du transport en commun.
This will celebrate public transit and how it connects us all. It is essential service for people. It plays a role in everybody's life. We will use this day as an opportunity to highlight and to celebrate Our work is to reduce emissions.
Meanwhile, our TransSecure, Safe Driving, and Safety Awards are coming up later in April. All of council are invited to attend at the Nepean Sportsplex on April 28th to celebrate OC TRANSPO employees who've reached safe driving milestones of 20 or more years, and to hear of the TransSecure stories of employees who've gone above and beyond the call of duty to help keep our community safe. Also new this month is a pilot for hard shell bus seats. We've outfitted one of our 40-foot buses with these new seats and are seeking customer feedback. Other transit agencies have found the seats easier to clean and maintain, resulting in reduced costs and increased durability. This is one of many actions, big and small, that we are investigating that will help reduce our vehicle downtime and ultimately contribute to improving our bus availability. But we do want to hear from our customers as part of this decision-making process. So over the next 6 months, we're seeking feedback from our customers who try out these seats to get a good understanding of their experience as well. Anyone riding a bus can provide their feedback via survey on Engage Ottawa or by calling customer service. Moving on to ParaTranspo, we continue to see steady growth in the number of customers choosing to book their trips online. L'augmentation de la participation signifie que plus de 50% des trajets de
More than
ParaTranspo
50% of paratransport are reserved online. This represents a positive change, given that it means that the telephone line has been able to reduce its wait time.
We started off, we were stagnant at a very, very low number of people who are using the service for a period of time, but the fact that we've gotten to 50% is great uptake, and it's great to see that our customers are benefiting from this increased flexibility in how they interact with our staff and how they interact with our service and use it. So I really, it's great to see that our customers are taking that service or using that service, and it's really having a positive benefit on things like our customer call center and our call volumes and wait times. So that's great. So next slide, please. So I know we talked about this a little bit, and I'm glad we included this into our deck. So on March 11th, Ottawa did experience a significant freezing rain event. Despite extensive de-icing efforts made prior to the rainfall, and these are some of the lessons learned from the previous event, ice did form quickly on the overhead catenary system near Lee Station, causing 2 trains to be immobilized. Line 1 did continue to operate between Tunney's Pasture and New Ottawa stations, while R1 bus service ran between Blair and Line stations. Full Line 1 service was restored on March 15th. As we've talked about earlier, freezing rain is an element that many transit systems must contend with, and it can impact the overhead catenary system anywhere. Montreal, Kitchener-Waterloo, New Jersey, Philadelphia, and other cities have seen closures due to winter weather. While freezing rain disruptions can occur, we're taking a very holistic look to understand how our practices can evolve to make us more resilient during bad weather and improve our recovery after an event to get service moving quickly. I want to be clear. Line 1, RTG, we can and we must do better in these types of events. They can be impactful, and we do see it in other properties. It's not unique to Ottawa, but we must do better, and we need to be able to recover quicker, and we know that. As part of our follow-up and learning from the March event, a comprehensive debrief was conducted to review the measures that were put in place and how we can continue to improve. Meetings continue on the technical solutions. However, a number of actions have been identified and are being put in place. As a result of these early debriefs, and as I said, they're continuing, we are updating our severe weather plans and procedures for freezing rain events. We're providing additional guidelines to our electric rail operators, controllers, and frontline managers to better able to identify and react to early warning signs of propulsion and or significant arcing events. And this is all to help prevent damage to the OCS in the future, which will enable a quicker return to service. RTM, Rio Transit Maintenance, is also looking at ways to keep their Belfast Yard and critical track sections of the OCS clear of ice during the winter weather events. As the current measures that we put in place didn't yield the same results that we had last year. So obviously we need to take on more action. We need to continue to take a holistic look. And one of the key critical things that we're looking at to implement for next year would be heat trace on the OCS for a portion of the line, the most critical portion. So that Herdman to Lee's section where we've had two significant problems, looking at putting heat trace on there that would prevent the ice from forming. And that's a focus on trying to get that done this year as we head into next winter. Nous nous efforçons d'offrir un service de transport en commun.
We offer
constamment
a
fiable,
service
avec
that
des facteurs
is
difficiles comme le client
trustworthy
auquel nous l'exploitons.
for our clients.
Des événements météorologiques comme cela du mois dernier
Weather
nous
events
rappellent qu'il y a
remind
toujours
us
du
that
travail
there are
à
always
faire, et
work
nous
and
pouvons
progress to
et
do.
devons être bien meilleurs.
We can and we must do
The
better.
lessons learned during and following this freezing rain event, as I said, our aim is to do better, and our aim is to hold our contractor to do better as well, and that's a key piece to this. So next slide, please. So at this point,
Thank you,
sorry, my
Troy.
apologies. My apologies.
Thanks, Troy. I'm just switching gears briefly. I just wanted to provide a high-level update on the current status of the O-Train Line 1 washrooms. As you may recall, the Ontario Building Code provides a legislative direction regarding the location, number, and components of public washrooms provided in a rapid transit station. This requires end-of-the-line or terminus rapid transit stations to include public washrooms, and in the case of the existing Line 1, that legislative requirement was interpreted to mean both Tunney's Pasture and Blair Station. In response to the council motion in 2015, staff were directed to include additional washrooms at both Bayview and Herdman stations. Generally, over the years, we have seen vandalism and individuals using the washroom not for their intended purpose, but rather for drug use and substance use. And recently, we've seen a notable increase. After an incident at the end of February at Bayview Station in the washroom, we made the decision to temporarily close all the Line 1 washrooms. Currently, the washroom on Line 2 at Linebank Station remains open. In response to the increase of vandalism and needle use primarily in the washrooms and the recent incident, a multi-partner risk assessment was completed. Staff are now in the exploratory phase and are currently assessing the feasibility of the options and any associated costs. This includes both short and long-term mitigations, such as the installation of secure needle drop boxes, enhancing our PPE for both our staff and our contractors, and physical infrastructure changes to the washrooms themselves. Our Special Constable unit continues to remain focused on maintaining safety of the transit system and are there for all customers and staff, while also supporting some of the most vulnerable members of our community. I strongly encourage customers to report any unsafe behaviors or safety concerns as soon as possible, as this helps deploy staff, mitigate the risks, and connect vulnerable residents to the services that they need. There are many ways in which customers can report safety concerns. Every OC Transpo vehicle is operated by one of our employees, so I strongly encourage customers to ask for help from our bus or train operators, supervisors, and special constables out on the line, or by contacting our special constables directly at 613-741-2478, and this number is posted throughout the network. Customers at transit stations can also use the emergency phones to speak directly with our Special Constable unit, or if you're on the train, using the passenger emergency intercom to speak with the operator. We understand that the potential inconvenience this is caused by having the washrooms on Line 1 temporarily closed, but given the nature of the issues that are currently occurring on a regular basis, we need to ensure that the appropriate safety measures are in place. We will continue to keep everyone informed as we work towards restoration of public access to the Line 1 washrooms. Je cède maintenant la parole à mon collègue Dan, qui va
I'll pass
vous
the floor over
donner
to my
une mise à
colleague Dan,
jour
who will now
sur
give you an
l'avancement
update
de notre projet sur les bus électriques.
on the electric bus.
Thank you, Sabrina. Bonjour. Aujourd'hui, je vais présenter le projet.
Today I'm going to present to you the positive work linked to the electric buses and the acquisition of these
Our
buses.
fleet of electric buses continues to grow with 109 electric buses in Ottawa. 85 have been commissioned by the end of March. As of yesterday, 90 are available for service, training of operators, training of mechanics, used for commissioning of electrical infrastructure, and maintenance spares. We have 68 chargers available for operations, and an additional 36 chargers are currently being commissioned. Since being introduced into service in early 2022, our electric buses have accumulated over 2 million kilometers. That equates to roughly a savings of 930,000 liters of diesel, and 232,300 tons of CO2 equivalent savings. Next slide, please. On this slide, we are showing the ramp-up of electric buses and charge points from now until 2027. By the end of the year, we are expecting to have 234 electric buses with 193 charge points, and our goal is 354 electric buses and 329 charge points by the end of 2027. You'll notice there are less chargers, and that's strategic as you do not require a 1-for-1 ratio. Next slide, please. On the screen is an aerial view of our Saint Laurent complex, our largest operational site, and the work required to transition to electric fleet is significant. We are renovating our existing indoor bus parking areas identified as South Garage and North Garage to accommodate charging infrastructure. Our exterior bus parking area will see a new building installed with construction scheduled to start later this year. We have renovated a section of our maintenance facility to accommodate electric bus high voltage maintenance work. And an on-site electrical substation is being built to accommodate the additional electrical demand. Next slide, please. So in our South Garage, all building infrastructure work is completed, and we are in the final stages of electrifying and installing the electrical infrastructure. The South Garage will accommodate 145 charge points, and work is scheduled to be completed by June of this year. On the screen, you will notice buses being charged using our newly installed pantograph chargers. Next slide, please. Our North Garage, section of our North Garage has been taken over for infrastructure work that consists of replacing end-of-life infrastructure like underground plumbing, floor drains, concrete work, garage doors, upgrading our sprinkler system, structural reinforcement, painting, new LED lights, and more. Once infrastructure work completed, we will turn our attention to installation of the required electrical infrastructure. Next slide. On this slide, we are showing the completed high voltage maintenance bay. The mezzanine allows staff to safely and comfortably work at roof level to maintain our battery electric buses. Next slide. On this slide, we are showing the civil work progress made within our on-site substation with foundation work installed and delivery of some power distribution equipment for installation and energization later this summer. That completes my update. Thank you, and I will pass it over to Rami.
Merci, Dan. Good morning, everyone. Today, I would like to build on what my colleague Dan has presented and provide you with an update on the operational side of the ZEP program. The ZEP program is a broad transition that touches nearly every part of operations at our Saint Laurent campus. In addition to the buses themselves, it includes the readiness of our garages, the charging systems installed within those garages, the training of bus operators, fleet and facility maintenance staff, and the development of the expertise required to maintain this fleet over the next 15 years or more of their service life. This is important context because when we speak about bringing more e-buses into service, we're not only speaking about the buses themselves. We're also coordinating all of those pieces together in a live operating environment where we still need to deliver service each day. The ZEP program depends on a major infrastructure work across the entire Saint Laurent campus as we retrofit the existing garages, install charging equipment, and work to bring the new substation online. À ce stade du programme, la mise en œuvre progresse bien.
At this stage, the implementation is working well with all teams involved. The process includes maintenance teams, especially with the high voltage groups. This will increase the capacity for buses. At the same time, our progress is influenced by many different components, and the implementation time may evolve over time. The capacity of parking on the Saint Laurent campus and the availability of elevators in the garage and the charging stations, the training of personnel, and the maintain our activities are all factors that influence when these new buses will be able to be in service.
While the progress has been positive thus far, we expect to see some periods where there is no significant increase in the e-bus availability, while we are addressing other critical components of the project. That is normal and expected part of implementing a project of this size in an active operating environment. And it is something we are continuing to work through in a coordinated way. Next slide, please. From a performance perspective, our new electric buses are doing well in service, and the number that we are able to put into service is steadily increasing. That progress reflects the work being done across fleet maintenance, the project team, training team, and the manufacturers to address remaining gaps and invest in this new fleet's long-term reliability. We are continuing to collaborate with both internal partners and manufacturers to ensure the new buses continue to meet our expectations as the program moves forward. At the beginning of January, the average number of e-buses available for service was 9. By the end of March, that number has increased to 62. There are some fluctuations from week to week, which is expected in a project that is still being scaled up, but the overall trend is clearly upward. Another important part of the work is underway, that we are not approaching these buses as though they can simply be folded into the same maintenance model we have always used for previous diesel fleets. We are applying lessons learned and best practices from the diesel fleet, but we are also adapting our maintenance schedules and practices to reflect the operational differences of electric buses and largely the infrastructure that supports them. That supporting infrastructure is a significantly new factor for us and the industry as a whole, with its own maintenance schedules and upkeep, and is something we have never had to manage in the same way with diesel buses. As part of operationalizing this new fleet, we are also taking a practical approach to fleet resiliency during this transition period. We are delaying the decommissioning of some diesel buses and expanding the refurbishment of some of our older 60-foot buses. The reason for that is straightforward. During the transition of this scale, we need additional standby capacity in the fleet so that we can respond to scenarios such as major weather events, service disruptions, or temporary fluctuations that either take buses out of service or require more buses on the road. This will also give us the flexibility in allowing us to onboard the e-buses at an optimal pace. Initially, at the outset of the project, the understanding in the industry was that the e-buses could replace diesel buses at a 1-for-1 ratio. While that can be true in a stabilized state, between ourselves and other agencies, we have learned that the 1-for-1 ratio is slightly too fast during the implementation phase, as we are also in the midst of adjusting our maintenance schedules, training, and route assignments to be optimized for the e-buses. To support this reduced replacement rate of diesel buses, our maintenance management team is continuously reviewing the best buses in the fleet to invest resources in. We have mentioned before that we are looking for used buses, and that is still the case. However, we don't want to put all our eggs into one basket. Our team has highlighted some buses that can deliver an additional 3 to 5 years of service with a major refurb. We have identified about 30 or more articulated buses that we would like to refurbish this year instead of decommissioning them to strengthen our fleet resiliency and service reliability. In May, we expect to share more with the Committee on Fleet Growth and Adjustment to our fleet plan and our intentions for future bus procurements. And with that, I will now pass things along to my colleague, Sabrina. Thank you.
Merci, Rami. Je vous souhaite présenter une mise à jour sur la formation ainsi qu'un aperçu général du contenu du programme de formation sur les bus électriques. To echo and build on what Rami said earlier, it's a delicate balancing act between ensuring all staff are timely and properly trained on our new ZEB fleet while working on getting the ZEBs into service. My training team has been working tirelessly on delivering a very robust training program. For bus operators, this training provides an understanding of the new vehicle features, the safety procedures, and how to ensure safe charging. For our technical fleet maintenance team, this consists of garage attendants, mechanics, body repairers, supervisors. The training is divided into 2 levels, level 1 and level 2. Level 1 training focuses on the non-high voltage systems. This enables staff to perform safety duties, including routine maintenance, inspections, and basic electrical diagnostics. Level 2 training focuses on high voltage systems, which inherently come with a greater risk and concern for safety from staff. That's why the Level 2 also includes on-the-job training. This training is required for more complex maintenance tasks and a mandatory requirement for any technicians or mechanics before they can safely work with charging infrastructure and batteries. Having a robust training program is one of the primary ways we assure safety and can mitigate risk when come with working with new technology and equipment. Very similar to rail, if training was provided to staff in advance or too early on in the project, there would be an increased risk to staff. Retention of training is so critical and important when working with safety critical equipment. So as Rami mentioned, earlier this year, we only had 9 in service, and now we're up to 62. So we want to ensure that the training provided to staff is timely and will be used on a regular basis to ensure that they're working as safely as possible. All newly hired bus operator and mechanics or technicians receive this training as part of their employee onboarding. So right now, we're really focusing on training existing staff. On the right of the screen, you'll see the percentage of staff that are currently trained. So for bus operators, we're making great progress on both of the 2 bus types. And as you can see, when it comes to the technical and fleet maintenance staff, including the mechanics, is where we really need to continue to focus our efforts as we ramp up the in-service ZEV vehicles while balancing operational requirements for the diesel buses. Whenever we bring in mechanics or technicians in for new training, they're taken off the floor to complete the training. And as I mentioned earlier, it's really a delicate balancing act that we will continue to adjust based on operational requirements. My team is working hand in hand with Rami's team to ensure everyone receives the adequate training. I'll now pass things back to Troy just for a brief kickoff and introduction to our KPIs.
Thank you, Sabrina. So yeah, we'll move into our KPI reporting at this point. Over the past few weeks, we've been working to refresh and refine some of our KPIs to provide information that is as relevant, clear, and importantly, that is responsive to the feedback that we've been receiving from the committee here today. These refreshed KPIs are a starting point rather than a final state. I know that in our early discussions with Mr. Leary, it's clear that he brings new perspectives shaped by his experience and plans to make a comprehensive review of our reporting. So this is just the start, but you'll see here there are some refreshed KPIs with some of the information that you've been seeking that we've been talking about here, but a more holistic review of all our KPI reporting is coming forward. So with that said, we look forward to continuing to refine our metrics and make adjustments to better align with your insights and the priorities of the Transit Committee. So I'll pass things back to Sabrina, who will start off our KPIs on the safety and security.
Thank you, Troy. I want to just start by taking a moment to say a big thank you to my team who is involved in the safety KPI refresh, especially our data analysts worked very hard on developing these. My team worked closely with our colleagues, Pat and Francois, to ensure a consistent look and feel of these refresh KPIs throughout the deck. As Troy just mentioned, we'll continue to refine and update these KPIs as part of our ongoing commitment to continuous improvement and transparency. And further, while not part of today's KPI refresh, we'll continue to provide twice annual updates on fare evasion, which will come back again in Q2. Over the next few slides, I will walk you through 6 different safety and security related KPIs, which are indicators outlined in our safety management system, SMS, and our security management system, SEMS. Starting at the top of the slide, this is a KPI you would have seen different iterations of before at different meetings, and our entire team is very proud of this metric. This KPI outlines both the City of Ottawa and the transit-specific overall violation rate as it relates to our CVOR, Commercial Vehicle Operators Registration. This is the measure that's used by our regulator, the MTO. The overall violation rate is comprised of 3 categories: collisions, convictions, and inspections. And overall, for transit specifically, we're seeing a strong progress in all 3 of those event categories, and our staff has placed significant emphasis, both safety and training, on lowering preventable collisions. This has been achieved in part through our strong collaboration with our municipal fleet safety team and the work of the Safety Observation and Data Review Working Group. This is a cross-departmental team that's focused on improving road safety across Ottawa and includes key partners from across transit services, municipal fleet safety, and road safety in public works. As a reminder, the lower overall violation rate, the better. So 15% is excellent. To put things into perspective, as little as 8 years ago, this rate was around 40% for transit, and now we're down to approximately 15%. So we've come a really long way. Please note that this 15% is an internal calculation only, as the MTO looks at the overall CVR rating for just the city as a whole, and we're still seeing a positive trend for the city as a whole, sitting around 18%. An interesting note is that in many municipalities across Ontario, the transit rating is typically what drives up the overall fleet rating. In our case, transit services is positively influencing the City of Ottawa's overall violation rate. The next KPI on the bottom of the screen is focused on preventable collisions. What's changed as part of this refresh is now we've added a 12-month rolling trend line, as illustrated by that dotted blue line at the top. And the actual number of infractions is seen in the black line. It's important to note that the total number of preventable collisions is calculated based on 100,000 kilometers driven. And while we're still a bit above our safety management system target, we have seen a steady decrease over the last several months, attributed in great part to the number of safety initiatives and enhancements to training that we've put into place over the last year. Currently steady at about 3 preventable collisions per 100,000 kilometers driven for the last few months. Next slide, please. Next, we'll focus on reported injuries. So starting at the top of the slide with our customer injury rate, the overall rate is determined based on the number of customer injuries per 1 million customer trips. As of right now, we are well below our safety management system indicator, and a year-over-year comparison, we're also doing much better so far in 2026. In February, we saw 3 level 3 customer injuries, which means they were transported to the hospital, and the main causes attributed to those injuries were slip and trip or hard brake applications on our bus. Due to the icy winter conditions, it is expected that we normally see a slight increase in the slip and trip incidents over the winter months. At the bottom of the slide, we have refreshed our KPI on employee injuries, specifically reporting lost time incidents. So lost time reported event is either injury or illness that occurs at work, which results in the employee missing time away from work beyond a day for that injury. This typically results in a claim to the WSIB. As you will see in the chart, year over year or month to month, we're still trending in a good direction. And it is important to note that this KPI represents all lost time reported injuries, but that not all injuries result in lost time. This means after an injury or illness occurs, the employee's supervisor or manager completes the necessary paperwork and reporting, indicating whether the employee had to take time away from work due to the injury or illness. To date, in 2026, the top 3 occurrences resulting in lost time injuries are slip and trip, stressful events, or struck/caught. Next slide, please. And finally, we'll end our safety and security KPIs by focusing on public safety. We just reviewed the report on lost time incidents for employees as it relates to injuries for employees, and this top KPI focuses on something similar but also different. So the graph at the top shows violence against transit employees, or what we call VATE. So VATE incidents can be defined as any act, including abuse, threat, intimidation, or physical assault against a transit employee. In alignment with our safety incident management plan, we have broken down our VATE incidents into 5 levels, and these range from things like verbal abuse, such as inappropriate verbal comments, to something like spitting, all the way to injuries causing bodily harm as a result of an assault, for example. This is a legislative KPI that we track internally and that is reported to our quarterly Policy, Health, and Safety Committee. As you can see, the data is reported in arrears, but we're working on further refining our internal processes to be able to present more up-to-date information in the future. And finally, at the bottom of the slide is violence and ridership in perspective. This shows our violent offenses, a rate per 1 million riders. These incidents include occurrences of direct physical harm or threatened harm that occurs within the transit network, be it bus or rail at bus stops or stations. This KPI is tied to our ridership, so any periods where there's a change in ridership levels, for example, that you can see in August, it has an effect on the rate. With the increase of our public safety strategy initiatives led by our special constable team, including the Ontario-Ottawa Agreement and the new projects we've seen coming out from that funding, we're definitely happy to see a downward trend on this KPI. As you may recall, the security-related KPIs will also form part of our overall public safety strategy and our annual safety plan, which we'll provide an update at a future Transit Committee meeting. Cela conclut ma partie de la présentation. Je cède maintenant la parole à mon collègue François.
This concludes my part of the presentation. François will take over.
Good morning, everyone. We'll start with our ridership results for both conventional bus and O-Train and paratransport service as well. So starting at the top of the slide here, we have our results for our bus and O-Train ridership, with the month of February being the most recent available. So in the month of February 2026, ridership was 5.4 million customer trips. That's a decrease of 8% when compared to the same month a year before, when it was 5.9 million customer trips. For the 12-month period ending in February 2026, total ridership was 69.7 million customer trips. That you can see that on the left there. That's 0.7% lower than the preceding 12-month period, so trending down, and 1.9% more than for the same period a full year before. L'achalandage maintenant de ParaTranspo pour le mois de mars 2026.
TRANSPO ridership for March was 81,100 trips, an increase of 10% compared to the same month last year, when ridership was at 73.3 thousand. For the past 12 months, ending in March 26, under 904 trips were done, with ParaTranspo. That's an increase of 0.8% more than the previous period and almost 5% higher than the previous year.
Next slide, please. So as we do at every meeting, just briefly going over the three measures we are currently using to measure this, to report on the service, the reliability of our bus service. It's made up of three measures here. The service delivery, that's the amount of service that was delivered as planned. And then two measures of on-time performance, bus service regularity, which is used for a more frequent service, and it's a measure of how evenly spaced our bus service operates, and punctuality, which is used for less frequent service, that is service operating every 15 minutes or less frequently, and that is measuring how often buses arrive at major stops within no more than 1 minute early and no more than 5 minutes late. For both on-time performance measures, the target is 85%, and for service delivery, it is 99.5%. Next slide, please. So we'll start here. You'll notice a different look to this slide, and I'll walk you through the changes that we've made here. But I'll start by pointing out service delivery for our conventional bus service in March 2026 was 97.6%. That's a 0.7 percentage points higher than for the same month a year before, where it was 96.9. And it is an improvement over January and February of this year when it was 95.4 and 96.5 respectively. So we have seen that progressive increase in bus service reliability over the winter months. For the 12-month period ending in March 2026, the average service delivery was 97.2%. You can see that on the left. That's 2.3% lower than our target, and almost the same, 0.1 percentage point higher than the preceding 12-month period, or the previous 12-month period. So what's new in the slide at this meeting is that we are now showing results for bus service delivery by time period. So we've broken down the rate here for the morning peak period, the afternoon peak period, off-peak and weekends, and then showing the overall result in that thick black line on the chart there, which is what we've been seeing in previous months. As you can see, both the AM peak and the off-peak periods very closely follow the overall trend and the overall average, whereas it's the PM peak, that's the dotted line, is the one where we consistently see lower results and have seen for the past 13 months, lower reliability in the afternoon compared to the overall average. Next slide, please. Here, just providing, as we have consistently done, a few additional details in terms of bus service delivery. Again, bus service delivery in March was 97.6%. And in the middle of the slide, we have a breakdown of the reasons why service was not delivered as planned. So starting from the bottom of the chart, about 10% of trips that were not delivered was due to a lack of vehicle availability. Next, just under 1/3, there's about 30% of trips that were not delivered were due to on-street service adjustments. That's shown in orange. This includes adjustments due to general traffic delays and construction detours, for example. Now, under a third of trips, next, under another third of trips that were not delivered was due to operator availability. That's shown in gray here. This category will include operators that are not available for their trip due to delays that they've encountered on earlier trips. About 1 in every 5 trips, or 21%, that were not delivered were due to mechanical breakdowns. That's shown in yellow. And lastly, 10% in the month of March specifically were not delivered because of resources being used for rail replacement service. On the right of the page, as always, we show the top 3 routes with the most trips that were not delivered, and they were in order: Route 12, Route 6, and Route 88. Next slide, please. So we've now split our 2 on-time performance measures into separate slides. We'll start here with our measure of regularity. Again, a reminder, this is a measure for our more frequent bus service. And the result in March 2026 was 84% as an overall average. That's 1% lower than the target and 3% higher than for the same month a year before in 2025. Here, as we did for service delivery, we're also showing results broken down for the morning, afternoon peak periods, as off-peak periods and weekends. And similarly, we see a consistent pattern here where the afternoon peak period, again, is where we are seeing lower performance. That's, again, the dotted line that you see consistently below the overall average, whereas the off-peak period, that is the long dash line, is typically above average in terms of performance, and the AM peak period is very closely following the network-wide average. Next slide, please. Same approach here for punctuality. So a measure for our less frequent bus service and the most recent results for March 2026. At 71%, we have had a very stable on-time performance, or punctuality rather, for many months now, around that 70 to 71% mark. It does show a reduction year over year compared to the same month in 2025 when it was 74%. And once again here, broken down the results by peak period for the morning, afternoon, and off-peak. And as for the other two indicators, the afternoon peak is the more challenging period where punctuality is below average very consistently since March 2025 through to this year. Overall, for the most recent 12-month period, we remain about at 70%, with 14% of trips running early and 16% running late. Next slide, please. Our last measure of on-time performance here for ParaTranspo service. This is the same chart that we've seen consistently here. So for ParaTranspo, the most recent results show 95% of trips arriving within the 30-minute window communicated to customers when they're booking their trip. And that is the same results year over year. For the most recent 12-month period, the average is very consistent as well at 94%. Next slide, please. Here we have the service reliability or service delivery rather for O-Train Line 1 for the most recent 13-month period. We can see that in March, the most recent result for March 2026, 61.8% of service was delivered as planned, compared to 99.5% of service a year before in March 2025. So for the most recent 12-month period, the overall service delivery rate has continued to drop and is now at 92.9%, so 6.6 percentage points lower than our target and 2.9 percentage points lower than the preceding month. Important to note, of course, that the results over the winter reflect the single car train operations, and that in terms of frequency of service, we've maintained that level of service, but not in terms of capacity. And that's not reflected in the chart that we see here. Next slide, please. Last slide for service delivery for O-Train, and this is now for O-Train's lines 2 and 4. Donc, on peut voir que pour les lignes 2 et 4 de l'O-Train,
you can see that for line 2 and 4 for the last 12 March, ending in March 26, the delivery was 97.3%, 2% less than our target, and the same result for the previous month. And in March 2026, the delivery was at 97.9% compared to 98.2% for March 2025.
Next slide. This concludes our presentation. We'll be happy to take your questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We do have delegations, 3 delegations. So we'll go to delegations first, and then to councillor questions for staff. First delegation is AJ Ramachandran, and AJ is joining us here in the room. Good afternoon, AJ.
Hello.
And we have your presentation on screen as well.
This is different. Oh yeah, okay. So, hi, I'm Ajay from Better Transit Ottawa. We're a group fighting for a useful, reliable, and sustainable transit network. So during the past 2 transit committees, I've been showing off some of the data tools that we've been working on that prove the severity of our bus reliability crisis and bus shortage. We're in a crisis. We have hundreds of cancellations and many more delayed buses. We don't have enough buses available, let alone enough stable buses that won't break down mid-route. And I've been showing you these graphs, showing the missing buses, the cancellations, the delays during peak periods. All of the councillors at this committee have agreed with me that this is a crisis, that we need all hands on deck, that we need to do everything we can to solve it. And the easiest and simple way to do that is pretty easy. It's using our buses as efficiently as possible, getting buses moving onto their next route. A bus late on one route causes cascading delays and cascading cancellations on all other routes in the system. But my dreams are shattered and my heart is broken. Yesterday, every transit committee member here participated in a council meeting where exactly the opposite happened. A poison pill motion was introduced to the Bank Street Transit Priority Study, and not a single councillor asked a question. No debate, no questions, no time spent on a last-minute motion, which city staff have confirmed destroys the most important part of this Bank Street bus lane pilot project. It's already an incredibly compromised project. Staff have communicated with stakeholders and made a small pilot just to get some data. And council decided to not spend a second investigating a motion that destroys all of staff's good work. There were hours spent talking about hundreds of meters of sidewalk, but something that actually matters and affects every single OC TRANSPO rider gets not a single second of discussion. Over 30 people took hours of their day to delegate at the committee meeting, but council snuck in the amendment into the city council meeting and couldn't even make time for 1 second of discussion or asking staff, hey, how will this motion affect the project? If members of this committee claim to be serious about fixing our transit crisis, I want to see serious discussions happening and serious decisions happening, not backdoor deals, both at this committee table and at the main city council table. That means being willing to take bold steps when we are in a truly crisis condition. How can any OC TRANSPO rider believe that any member of this committee wants to actually fix things if you aren't even willing to spend 1 second of your time at City Council discussing a major project that is instrumental to fixing the transit crisis? Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Ajay. Any questions from committee members? Councillor Leeper?
Thanks, Ajay. I think a number of us are coming to grips with the implications of the motion that was passed. It was language that may not have been entirely clear to members when we voted on it. The reduction, if I understand properly, in the peak hours is from 3 to 2 in each of the 2 time periods during the day. I do wonder whether the sky is falling to the degree that I'm reading on social media. With that reduction of 1 hour in the peak and 1 hour in the AM peak and 1 hour in the PM peak, what kind of a difference do you feel that would make?
So the very amazing thing about this project is it's a pilot project that will be studying how these changes will affect transit riders, but also the businesses and also the people driving. And the way to do that is setting up a pilot condition where you can test the before and after conditions. But right now, there already is a certain time period where no one is allowed to park. And originally in the staff's recommendations, there was going to be a 1 hour period where currently you can park, but in the future you couldn't park. And this would allow us to actually see the data of, is the parking affecting the bus's ability to drive through? But because this is now removed, there is now no data collected on how parking affects the bus travel time, but only how the mixed traffic lane being replaced by a bus lane affects the bus travel time. And I think that is very important to ensure that we can actually have data on how bus lanes can be implemented throughout the city, replacing different parking in different parts of the city.
I note that there are a number of other measures that are in the pilot as well that are going to yield some useful data. And I do want to trust that Councillor Menard was making good decisions on behalf of a progressive transportation policy. We too frequently here work at the speed of City Hall. Bolder pilots would depend on a bolder council and would depend on a bolder mayor. We have compromised as a result of yesterday's vote, but that is what City Hall does sometimes. Sometimes. I don't think you're wrong, but I am not entirely certain that the sky has fallen to the degree that I'm.
Point of order,
online.
Mr.
It's
Chair.
going to take a few days for us to come.
You are the
grips
chair,
fully
right?
with what the implications are of that. Thank you for the presentation. Thanks for the answer to my question.
Thank you.
Councillor Tierney, you had a point of order?
I'm concerned about Is there questions to the delegation, first of all? And second, this is related to Public Works. And this project isn't taking place to 2027. So I feel there's campaigning going on here instead of legislature.
Yeah, well, any motions or inquiries on this item would be part of Public Works, would have to
Yeah,
be referred.
so why don't you rule it out of order and we can move along?
Yeah. The delegation is fair to raise it. It was raised in the context of bus delays and the ongoing issues, so
I'm just looking for some chairmanship, that's all.
thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Art?
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Thanks for the delegation. Ajay, I assume you support as part of the motion the analysis in Old Ottawa South, where there's a 2-hour non-peak period bus lane that hasn't been analyzed to date as far as I can tell, but that would be part of this pilot project's analysis going forward in terms of the removal of parking for a transit lane in that peak period, the non-peak period direction.
Yes, I support that, but I think it's very disappointing that such a motion was passed without any debate whatsoever.
Yeah,
but
no, I'll keep asking questions. I think it's fair. I think obviously I'm the local councillor, and I think probably councillors defer to the local councillor in some of those cases. We also had been through a long meeting. Of course, there's implications to it, so I understand where you're coming from. The other thing I think that's important to mention is as part of this is that report back period within 6 months and some of the data analysis. Is there on the data portion of this and how we can better collect data? Part of that motion spoke to obviously the sales of businesses, the foot traffic that we're seeing, the congestion or not congestion as part of the changes. Are there other things that you would like to see studied as part of that? And I guess I struggle with yes, those hours on the non-peak period outside of those 2 hours would have normally had parking on them, but the curbside bus only lanes during those 2 hours don't have parking and don't have parking now. But then we would be able to test under similar conditions where there's, I guess, similar backups in other portions of the day, bus only in those curb lanes. Is that not helpful in some way?
It's definitely going to be a helpful addition. But I will say that every time I've gone to Bank Street and also looking at the data, you can really see that most of there's more delays after the parking restarts than when there isn't any parking, because having that mixed traffic lane allows the bus
Chair,
not have
point
to,
of order, parking is not part of this committee.
Okay. Let's allow our delegation was asked a question by one of our members. It relates to transit. I'll let you finish your thought, Ajay, and then we'll move
Thank you. I will say that
just point of order, Chair.
Let's let the delegation.
No, I've called a point of order and I'll look at the clerks. I feel the line of questioning and how this is being chaired is falling well without the realm. And I'll certainly challenge the chair if you feel I'm wrong on this, but this certainly is getting into a different realm. I think it's up to you, Chair, to make a decision. Is this inside or outside the purview? I mean, these questions is turning into a campaign versus questions that are related to the item in front of us today.
Chair, I'll wrap up. I don't need to ask more questions, and I can appreciate there's different agenda items on the P-work versus transit, so I'll wrap up. Thanks.
I will allow our delegation to finish his thought, and then we'll move on.
Thank you. I will just say that, buses pulling into parking lanes, pulling back out of parking lanes because there are cars there adds a lot of delays that doesn't exist in a mixed traffic scenario. And I will also say, I think this is transit committee. You guys care about fixing transit, and a very important aspect of that is bus lanes. So I encourage you, even if you're not on the committee, to think of those types of things when you're thinking about fixing the transit system. Thanks.
Councillor Leeper.
Thank you. On a more pedestrian note, sorry. We've seen some great data today from OC for the first time that differentiates between AM, PM, and I'm sorry, I think it was on-time delivery. Do you have the ability to dissect that a little bit further with some of the tools that you have with respect to for example, by transect? Because I'm still feeling as if the on-time delivery is reflecting like a big ass number of suburban routes, for example, that are fairly easy to deliver compared to inside the green belt. Or do you feel that the numbers that they're providing today are a good reflection of what riders are experiencing of the system today?
Well, what I can say is I think one of the statements they made when they showed that data, well, I'm very excited that data is now being shown.
Yeah.
But one of the statements they made when they showed that data kind of reflects the situation in which they said the numbers are stable, which means, yeah, we have bad service and it's still bad and it's been bad for the past 12 months. I don't think that's very good. If the numbers are stable, the numbers should be getting better. But I do think I'm very happy to see the peak period times, but in our data as well, we can separate it out by bus route and not by transect, but by bus route. And you can see that it's the 6s, it's the 7s, it's the 12s, it's the 14. Those types of routes are having the big reliability problems.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I don't know which route goes around from, say, Place d'Orleans through Avalon and stuff today, but I assume that it's running tickety-boo, which is actually important because at some point you're not going to have to take that 14 to get as far as you used to go. You're going to get to an LRT station quickly, and then you're going to hop on a train. But I'd be interested to see if Better Transit Ottawa puts out any infographics on its social media, just sort of delving into some of those numbers a bit more. Thanks, Ajay.
Thank you.
Okay. It's not, okay. Thank you, Ajay. Okay, our second delegation is Kyle Humphrey, and I believe Kyle's joining us online. Yes, hi, Kyle.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. You know this side of me, but what you might not know is that I spend much of my time working to make Ottawa's music scene more accessible and inclusive. I've consulted with local venues to help them find accessible ways for people to enter buildings, ensure a physical barrier doesn't stop someone from seeing their favorite band. But no matter how many ramps we build, an invisible wall hits our community every night at 11:45 p.m. If you've been to a local show at the Bronson Center or SAW, you know music doesn't follow a 9 to 5 schedule. Sets often finish at midnight or later. Currently, paratransport users face an impossible choice. Leave early and miss the headliner, or stay and risk being stranded in a dark parking lot because the service has ended. We are working hard to get people into the buildings downtown, but the city isn't doing their part to get them home. You should take paratransport. I hear that all the time. But people are people are being left behind when a bus is half full. They are being made to feel like using a mobility device makes them less of a human being than their peers who can just get on a standard OC Transpo bus without a second thought. This isn't just transit delay, it's a statement on our value as citizens. We can change this by unlocking the same-day potential of the MyParaTranspo online booking portal. Real-time efficiency, at-the-door cancellations happen daily. Currently, those seats stay empty because the system can't reassign them instantly. Smart dispatching, if MyParaTranspo allowed same-day booking, a resident could see an open seat and book it instantly on their phone. No more being left behind by a half-empty bus. Just a full capacity service that treats us with respect. The strategy, a 6-month pilot. I'm proposing to test 24-hour service and real-time booking. 1, the weekend extension. Run Paratranspo 24 hours on Friday and Saturday nights to align with Ottawa's cultural nightlife and late night shifts. The real-time the real-time trial. Allow users to book same-day trips through the portal to fill gaps in the schedule automatically. Funding for the future. Federal earmarks. Use a portion of the Canada Public Transit Fund for the software upgrades needed for real-time tools. Operational savings. Filling the empty seats lowers the cost per trip. Real-time booking is a move forward towards fiscal responsibility. Strategic partnerships during the deep night, 3 a.m. Use the portal to dispatch local taxi partners for overflow, keeping costs low. In closing, my mom always taught me there's no such thing as can't. We can have an accessible music scene. We can have a transit system that uses 21st century technology to provide 24-hour independence. Accessibility doesn't end at the front door of a venue. It ends when every resident is safely back in their own front door. Let's stop setting a midnight curfew on our community. Let's ensure everyone can walk home on their own terms whenever the show finally ends. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. There's a question from Councillor Carr.
Not so much a question. I know, Kyle, that you've been advocating for some time for same-day booking and expansion of hours, and I know that you've heard the answers before, that it's difficult with the on-time booking, that we didn't have the capacity, and instead they try very hard to maintain the fit-ups, which I think are at about 80%. I'm going to follow up with you separately for a discussion, if that's okay. I'm going to follow up with staff offline and then set up a meeting with you, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks for coming out always.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks very much, Kyle. And our third delegation is Noah Weinberg, and Noah's here in the room.
Chair, members of the Commission, bonjour. I'm here on behalf of the people who are out there every day, keeping the system moving and answering the public when it does not. On est ici pour représenter non seulement nos membres.
We're here to present to you on behalf of our members, but also on behalf of the users and those who we serve.
We appreciate the effort to provide more information, especially as it pertains to safety. There is a confidence in the system as it operates today safely. But when you step back and you look at the full picture, it still feels like we are containing a problem rather than solving it. Gradual increases, ongoing monitoring, continued analysis, all necessary steps, but none of that clearly demonstrates a long-term solution or a confirmed root cause that that gives confidence that this will not happen again. It appears that the private partners rely on the contractual standards and not necessarily the need to provide a public service. Not long ago, we were talking about the possibility of shutting the system down. Now we're moving forward, and that shift raises a simple question. What has actually changed in a way that makes this a stable, long-term solution? On the ground, our members are still dealing with the exact same pressures. They are the ones standing in front of the riders every day, answering for delays, cancellations, overcrowded vehicles, and platforms, and uncertainty. They are faced with this service, whether things are going well or not. And that pressure continues to grow. We are still seeing scheduling that doesn't hold up under real conditions, using operator availability as a reason for reliability concerns when in fact it is poorly planned or scheduled work. Operators being moved across different work, sometimes without familiarity, in an already strained environment. A bus network that continues to absorb the impact when rail service is reduced. That starts to affect safety, consistency, and the public's confidence. Et cette pression-là continue d'augmenter.
And this pressure continues to increase.
They keep showing up. They keep our city moving. When we come to this table, it's not just to speak for our members. It's to speak for the riders and the communities that we serve. Those concerns are shared. So the focus has to be on where this is going, ensuring no step backwards from the progress that we have made. And what is the long-term plan beyond containment and gradual restoration? How are we ensuring that frontline workers are being clearly informed and properly supported instead of being forced to react to changes in real time? Because at the end of the day, this system runs on our people. And right now, they are carrying more than they should have to. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you, Noah. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Weinberg. Operator availability looks like a big chunk of undelivered trips each month when we receive this. But am I correct in assuming that doesn't mean an operator hasn't necessarily showed up for work? It means that oftentimes an operator was not available at the beginning of a run because the schedule was simply too unrealistic for them to be able to get there. Have I got the correct understanding of that?
There will always be some cases where it will be absences, but we have spares to account for that. In a lot of the cases where that operator availability category is triggered for a cancellation, it is when a route, whether it's improperly timed or not, or whether there are variables on the road, that operator may be running late on that trip, or several trips if you consider interlining being a reality of our work. Once that cancellation gets made in order to account for the federal CLC break that's mandatory, they will now cancel that run and say it's operator availability because that particular operator actually has to go on his mandated break.
Okay. I think that's good nuance. I know for members of the public who may be looking at these figures and as councillors, we'll send this presentation around to people who are asking us questions. It's imprecise language that may give people the incorrect impression. I appreciate that clarification. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Cart.
Yeah, thanks very much. I appreciate that it must be frustrating for you to have to come to bring, these operational issues, scheduling, canceling, overcrowding to this table. And I guess my question is, I think there's roughly 6 or 7 levels of governance between, a bus operator and city council. I think it's, bus operator, section head, program manager, director, general manager. What sort of conversations are happening at those other levels? Like, we sense the frustration, we hear it, like, your voice, is it not being heard there? Like, do you have regular meetings? Like, can you talk to us a little bit about that level of responsiveness?
We do have regular meetings, and it seems that every time we have any progress, the city decides to change the GM or we're faced with a new GM. So these situations continue to evolve and they continue to change as we go with different direction and different leadership. And that is why I alluded in my note that I want to make sure that we maintain the progress that we had as we were operating under the steady hand. I don't want to lose traction, and I have every confidence that Mr. Leary will continue that going forward. I look forward to opportunity to speak tomorrow. I just want to make sure that it's on record. This will be the 3rd GM that we need to deal with on my term as president.
Okay, yep, thanks, noted. I think also that would be the 3rd. No, not since me elected. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, I'm seeing no more questions. Thanks, Noah, for joining us.
Thank you very much. Merci.
Okay, we will move now to questions for staff. Councillor Carr? I saw your hand. All right. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you very much, and thanks for sitting through this. So first of all, I want to commend you. I saw that you changed the ZEB system. So now it displays how many we received in as well as the number in use. So thank you for that. I think that's a big plus. Also, I did make the request in the past, and I know we get the updates here about the diesel fleet count. Is there any opportunity to get that up there at some point too? Or is it tucked in on a different page maybe, Rami? I'm not quite sure.
Mr. Chair, through you, we've brought in the last presentation, pardon me, we did bring this data in. The data is still the same. We haven't done any decommissioning. However, we're working with our team to refresh some of our KPIs, and we'd like to bring you a table that has a better visualization of the current diesel versus electric fleet availability. And hopefully in the next Trans Committee meeting.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm also encouraged by the number of electric buses coming in. I think that's finally some good news on that front. We're starting to catch up. We're at, what was it, 90, I think, on the dashboard. And technically we should be at 124, but I can see that there, do you see a big move of them coming in right now? More than, it was kind of molasses before, but obviously we need those buses desperately. So do you see quite a few more of them coming in more than usual?
Mr. Chair, yes, we did have a very good intake of electric buses over the last couple of months. We're up to 90 right now at OC Transpo, 111 in Ottawa. So 21, I guess, will be in very soon into our Saint Laurent campus. However, as my colleague Dan and myself kind of went over our presentation, there are periods where we're going to see some flatlining in the curve of e-bus intake, and that's because we have to ramp up the construction around the site. It's big construction. However, as soon as that happens, you'll see another major intake of electric buses coming in.
Great, thank you. When it comes to the washroom situation, I think obviously there's a big tie-in with our platforms, and I know I'm going to be meeting to talk about the new elevator system at Blair. I'm very excited about that, by the way. I think, hallelujah, finally, it's been taking a couple of years, and big thumbs up, Troy. Thank you, I appreciate that. That's our accessibility community will love that. That old bone of an elevator is not good anymore. So maybe you can add some context. We've received a lot more provincial funding. We've already talked about giving more powers to people on the platform to deal with some of these issues of fines and things that might be taking place. Is this something that could help us get those washrooms back online in the future? At like Blair, for example, or as a terminus, and we have a lot of issues right now.
Thank you for the question, Chair. So the provincial funding does not cover this. We had to provide a project plan 3 years ago of what that was going to cover. So that's out of scope. And the powers that may or may not be given to the special constables is still going through legislature. So again, that remains unchanged. It would just allow them the ability to provide like a provincial ticket to anyone using drugs on the system. So at this point, those two items don't help open the washrooms any sooner, but that's why we conducted the risk assessment, and we're looking at some different both short and long-term mitigations that will hopefully get the washrooms up in the coming weeks to month.
Yeah, and I completely understand it. We're not alone in the forest on this one. I've seen many other municipalities wrestling with this exact same problem right now. Just to go back to the platforms and special constables, have we increased the numbers of special constables, a number of securities specific to the provincial funding that we've seen an increase into? Sorry, forgive me if I made a word salad out of that. That's what I was looking for, more platform presence at the terminus.
I see. Thank you for clarifying the question. Yes, we have seen an increase in our special constable team as a result of the Ontario-Ottawa agreement. And that has been an increase over the last 2 years that we've received the funding. And in the spring, we're hoping to launch a community visibility team of special constables that will be either on foot or on bicycles throughout the system as well.
That's wonderful news. And I'll leave it there. I think we've had a long day. I did want to thank staff for immediately. We had some construction efforts at Blair. A board blew over or something. And of course, you know how social media reacts. Within minutes, you guys had the contractors on site tying that board back up and making it secure for passengers. So I know I'm hard on you guys, but I also do acknowledge the great work and responsiveness. I think that's been very important on this. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'll pick up where Councillor Tierney left off, not with his omelets and fruit salads, but with the washroom. I just have a question. It was mentioned specifically about Bayview Station, and there was an incident there. Are you able to tell us what the incident was? Because I note that I read in the paper that Councillor Lowe was mentioning concrete. And so I don't have that information. I don't know. That's what I read in the paper. It's not always right. I've learned that. But is it possible to share what that incident was at Bayview?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair. So, you know, as Ms. Pazian indicated, we have seen, you know, vandalism and graffiti occurring at all our washrooms, but there was a specific incident at Bayview, and Bayview has been one of our, you know, problematic areas. And yes, earlier, you know, we're talking about years ago, we had a situation where there was concrete that was put down a pipe, and it required extensive work to reopen that washroom. What we are seeing though is continued vandalism, continued graffiti, and you know what Ms. Pazian here can elaborate a little bit more on is it's the increase in drug usage that we're seeing in the washrooms, and it's the discarding of the needles. And that's the big safety concern, right? It's the discarding of the needles. And I'll let Ms. Pazian just describe that in a little bit more detail.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Chair. The incident that happened at Bayview at the end of February was related to needles that were discarded in an inappropriate place that could cause harm to the customers.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And yes, I'm well aware that this is not just limited to transit, it's all over the place. And I know I'm having trouble with, and thank you, Rami, for your email today, with the tunnel that connects my ward to Saint Laurent is a huge ongoing issue in my community as well. It's not just washrooms. But are we looking for washrooms? Are we looking at issues like potentially bathroom attendance, things, you know?
Mr. Chair, we are looking at options in terms of, the washrooms and improving their, I'll just say their availability. So a few options that we're looking at is things like, the blue lighting, and increased monitoring with our additional special constables. Some other more technical issues that we're looking at potentially, and this takes funding and time to do that. But, do we have situations where I've heard from other properties, I'm not necessarily saying I like the idea, but I've heard from other properties and that some of them, what they do is customers need to call into a customer service center to be let into the washroom. Right. So we're looking at a whole range of issues, but we recognize that, washrooms are important for our customers. It's an added convenience, and it's something that we hear regularly about, why the washroom's closed. So we know that there's activities that we need to take to increase the availability of the washrooms.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll move from washrooms to rain. Just in terms of freezing rain, I know, Troy, when you were still acting as GM, you mentioned that we could potentially be looking at line 1 shutdowns in the case of freezing rain. It's not uncommon. I think Montreal does it. Is this something with our increased weather that we will consider, instead of always actively managing a crisis, that we are actively plan ahead to manage a cancellation when there's freezing rain?
It's a great question. And, first and foremost, what we're looking at doing is, how do we increase the resiliency? Freezing rain does occur in Ottawa. It's climate change, yes, but we do get freezing rain events here in Ottawa. So we need to look at how we can increase the resiliency, and certain aspects, certain actions we've already taken have helped in terms of, the glycol, the anti-ice treatment on the OCS at certain portions. That's been effective at certain events, but it wasn't effective this time. There is technical solutions in terms of the heat trace. It's something we want to implement at key sections on the line. So there's definitely activity, and yes, looking at potential closures in extreme events is something we should consider. But when we consider that, we need to also make sure we have a solid plan and an ability to return to service. So I think, customers will generally be understanding if there's a temporary disruption because of an extreme weather event, but the next day when it's sunny, they're expecting the service to be running. And that's one thing we need to make sure, is that we have an ability to recover. And that's been the challenge, right? So we have an event, the ice forms, but it's been long for us to get back to service. And that's one of our key focuses on this. So potential short closures due to an event is on the table, yes, but it's how do we recover from that? We need to make sure we have a really solid plan, and RTG is able to do it. So.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. And I think with whatever procedures we develop for winter weather, like all of that needs to be super transparent to the public, and we don't have that right now. This is just a comment. I think I went on a tour of the garage to see the electric buses, because the garage is in my ward. I'm always getting notifications. This has been site plan here. It really helped me understand and conceptualize it when I went to see. Might be something for everyone to consider. I was excited to hear about the fleet strategy and looking at that. I do have one question, though. We're talking, we abandoned the 60-foot electric buses because of procurement issues, the longer buses. We're talking about getting more used buses. Is it totally off the table, our target of 2036, to have an electrified fleet? Doesn't seem, if we're refurbishing and doing all these things we're talking about, is that target off the table? Kind of like Tim's April target for the extension?
I don't, at this point, I don't think it's you could say it's totally off the table to be, completely electric by then. But, we take Councillor Lowe's motion from earlier in terms of, looking and purchasing the best bus possible that meets the service requirements and your needs. So that's the focus we're looking at right now for our future procurements. But I don't think it's off the table to say that we could be there. But right now we are looking at, all our options, which would include, diesel, electric, hybrid, and we're going to purchase the best bus available that meets our needs.
Okay, thanks. And you'll be coming back to this committee or a future version of this committee with like a fleet management, like all of that sort of pieces, like what the fleet looks like, size of buses? Are there new sizes of buses that are needed that will be come back?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm looking to beside me here and I see Mr. Leary shaking his head. And I know that's one of the things that we've been talking about already, that he really wants to dig into the fleet plan and what we're doing moving forward and how we can improve our availability. So I don't want to speak on behalf of you, Rick, but go ahead.
All right, through the chair, yes, Troy and I have had a lot of discussion about that. Coming into the future, what I'd really like to have is a distinction of all the fleets that we have, the reliability of the fleets, the mean distance between failure, right? So we can really assess where do we put the investment. Okay, so I am going to say nothing's off the table yet, but you'll see more in the coming months when it's that a real holistic outlook of it. Because I want to get a better understanding of the impact it's having to the customer on a daily basis now regarding the breakdowns of vehicle and the impact on reliability. And there's some things that they're bringing out. So you'll see more of that in the near future.
Okay, thanks. And while I have you responding, I guess this question is for you. You've heard already, talking about the statistics that were presented. Someone made a comment, probably you, Councillor Brockington, about wanting to get more information, asking for this information. I heard you talking about more KPIs. I know you came from TTC. I know TTC recently has had amazing reports on their performance indicators. They have all sorts of stuff, service level, cleanliness, crowding, accessibility at stops. They've got, mean distance for the buses, unplanned delays. They've got everything possible. What do you see right away? What are your first things that you see that need to be fixed in terms of what's the information that's being presented to this table?
Through the chair, it's taking a look at those KPIs that you saw in Toronto and taking a look at them here. Like I'm used to looking at daily vehicle availability, for instance, number of vehicles break down in service daily. There's some certain things that I do. Operator was just okay. Operator availability that, we heard Noah speak about some of the scheduling issues on-time performance. I look at on-time performance a little differently than we look at it here. So not that anybody's done anything, just there are other ways of doing business, right? To try to interpret the customer's real experience on the road. And that's what you've seen in Toronto when you look at that. The chair had a conversation with me when I first got here. He did a deep dive into all the KPIs in Toronto that he saw that I established. So I'll be looking at all of those, to be honest with you.
Okay, I think there's a huge appetite at this table, and I think it could probably shorten the length of our meetings if we had all of that information and in advance. But I think I probably don't want to get back into the weeds again, but I just have one more question before I go offline. If we ever were to shut down the system for an extended period of time, for whatever reason, to do repairs or tear up the track or whatever it may be, would R1 have to be the answer, or would we look at a reconfiguration of routes? Or is that's just a hypothetical question, but because R1 is terrible.
I'm gonna take this if I could through you, Chair. I think what you're gonna have to take a real look at is what are the elements of the rail system that might have to be impacted in the future. Yes, through time you have to redo your ties and redo your track, but you don't close an entire line. You do small segments of a line, all right, based on where the power sections are. And so we're gonna take a real good look at all that. And we'll give you better information into the future, because I'm not one that believes you shut down lines, right? You shut them down between 10 at night, in the morning, if you have to do some work, okay? You keep things going. I know we're in the Northeast, but just I have an operational mindset that we do everything possible. I've met with the contractors. I'm really disappointed in what the contractors did when they lost the line, right? It's unacceptable, just in my eyes. Right? It was unacceptable in Toronto. It was unacceptable in Boston. So I'll leave you with that. And as Troy kind of outlined, there are some things that they're looking at, right, to do things differently, but they will be managed to a higher level at this point. I can assure you that.
Okay, excellent. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much for your answering my questions, all of you.
Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with the e-bus bit. I think it was Francois who mentioned that. No, it was Dan. Dan mentioned that it was in that seat. So it was Dan who mentioned that there's a strategy in having fewer chargers than buses, electric buses. I was wondering if you could elaborate on that a little bit, please.
Yeah, essentially, you don't need a 1-for-1 ratio of buses to pantographs. A full charge from empty to full is roughly 3 to 4 hours. So as you could imagine, if a bus comes back at, or most of your buses come back in the evening, 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock, whatever, you could charge multiple buses on the same pantographs. However, there's a fine line that you don't want to go too low. So you'll notice that we are more towards having more like towards the upper end, sort of the 80%, so on. Based on the overall fleet, also a percentage of that fleet is your maintenance spares. So if you take that in consideration, we are much closer to a 1-to-1. However, there will be times that you need to shut down some charging equipment for maintenance. They'll be down for repairs and so on. So that's when I talked about the strategy, those are some components of it.
Okay, so if the full charge is, let's say 3-4 hours, sorry, well, you said the charge is 3-4 hours. That means at some point in the middle of the night, there will be an attendant to go and shift the buses, right? A line will be cleared to bring in another line of buses for the full charge. Do we have that staffing now, or is that something to be considered as the fleet and the number of chargers grow?
Mr. Chair, we do have the staffing right now. Our garage attendants are trained to work with our electric buses. We're continuously right now moving buses around the construction zone, and this will be the case later on. As my colleague then mentioned, ideally with the mandatory inspections that we do on our buses and the maintenance, normally we won't see a full complement of buses being charged at once, and that's the plan. But yes, we will have garage attendants moving buses and optimizing charging where we can.
Okay, and so I noticed that, thank you. So I noticed that there were the gaps between the buses and a number of chargers are sort of larger towards the end of this year, and I think mid 2027. Like the chargers go up in steps, whereas a number of buses is kind of a ramp. As we approach the larger, like where those gaps are larger, are there any concerns about unforeseen things that can maybe throw a wrench into that? I know that the rate of deliveries of e-buses lately has been very encouraging. But if we're towards that end of the gap, perhaps that's like the upper end of our tolerance in terms of being able to move buses around and get them charged in time. But what could happen if chargers get delayed or we get more buses or something?
Mr. Chair, yes, and I think that's what I tried to allude to in my presentation, that there will be some difficult periods throughout the project, and that's really when you have your optimal kind of project ramping up for construction, and then we have so much space to park buses between diesel and electric. But at the same time, my colleague Sabrina also mentioned the training aspect of things. We can't just train everybody at once. We need them to be working on the diesel buses at the same time. So we do have some resource movement to do. I think particularly the summer is going to be a little bit of a challenge, but it's a challenge we've been working through since the beginning of the project. So we do have some plans to mitigate. We do have some areas to move things along. It's not ideal, it's not simple, but this is a growth pain that we expected and we're working through. And I did mention a little bit, just touch on it a little bit, which is the increase in our fleet capacity. We're not decommissioning right away. We're pausing for a bit, looking at the situation. If we need to keep some buses to support and create resiliency while we untake the e-buses, that's what we will do, and we'll manage these resources accordingly.
Okay, what I'm trying to eventually get to is, will there be a situation where we receive buses, have them ready for service, and then we just have to park them because there's no capacity to charge, maintain, or have operators on them?
Thanks for the question. That's currently not part of the plan. Obviously, as we progress with the construction, there may be delays. We may get into that situation. If we do, obviously, we will be reporting on that. We are part of our planning is to ensure that we are able to, as Rami indicated, move buses around on property as they're not used in service. As indicated, you can charge multiple buses on a charger, so we don't anticipate at this point having to park buses and not using them into service. However, that's something that we will monitor closely.
Okay. Very excited for that fleet presentation next meeting. It's something that I've been super interested in. But on that, has there been any known progress on the articulated buses that I think we're supposed to start receiving later this year, early next year?
Thanks for the question. Through you, Chair. Yes, we've procured 50 articulated diesel buses through New Flyer, deliveries to start later this summer and into Q2 of next year.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Thank you. I had another question. I don't remember. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you again, Mr. Leary. Welcome. I just want to say one of your first comments was about reliability was a top priority for you. Thank you. It has to be said. We can't just say it. We need to see actions that address the reliability challenges that we have offering public transit in the city. So thank you. And thank you for being firm about not shutting the line down. Shutting the line down has to be extreme cases only or long-term maintenance work where we give the public heads up during slow season in the summer to do that type of work. But this is our spine route in the city. We've eliminated crosstown bus routes. When line 1 goes down, it's absolute pain and agony for our passengers. It's not easy. So shutting the line down is not an option for me that we should talk about casually. It's a big deal and it has significant ramifications on the public. So thank you for being firm. I also welcome a holistic review of our KPIs. We need to talk about like what information is important for the public and us to be aware of. What do we need on a monthly basis? What do we need on a less than monthly basis to be informed members of this committee? So I welcome that discussion. Just going back to the washroom issue, I'm sorry to come back here. And I don't minimize the seriousness and the safety issues related to what has occurred in those washrooms and what the next user of the washroom would be exposed to. I'm not challenging anything that you've said. I'm just worried about how long it will take to reopen the washrooms. If they've been closed since February, we're now in April. There are some interim options or solutions, even if you have some sort of security guard or red vest or OC Transpo presence there, because washrooms are important. There are people, we know we installed them for a reason. We decided to come back and redesign these stations. So is there a short-term ability to reopen the washrooms while you're still investigating a more long-term solution?
Thank you for the question. And through you, Chair, yes, there is. We're hoping to reopen the washrooms hopefully in the coming weeks. I won't give an exact timeline just as we're navigating maybe at least a very immediate measure. We're trying to look at the safety of the customers, of the staff who have to go in and pick them up to enhance the PPE and making sure that we're not exposing our customers to any additional risk. And when there's vandalism, it takes time to clean that up and reopen the washroom. So absolutely, we're motivated to get them open soon. And I'm looking at my colleague Joel, but I think Joel and I are feeling confident that in the coming weeks, we should be able to reopen them from this issue and then go forward with some of the medium and longer term mitigation measures.
And is one of those Sharpie boxes for needles something that we're going to add?
Yes, it is, Councillor.
Okay, very good. Just on the ridership data, I will follow up with staff because I'd like to get in the details there, but it is falling compared to last year's data. Where does our ridership data compare to the estimates that were in the 2026 budget? What were we budgeting our ridership data to be, for example, in January, February versus the actuals that we're seeing reported in the tables?
Mr. Chair, we can provide a summary of that directly to the councillor if that works.
Okay, I appreciate that. And finally, if you're able to answer on the spot, great. If not, if you could follow up. But what are the unique challenges in the afternoon rush hour delivery service period that are further eroding our on-time performance? they're worse than the morning rush hour, for example. So what's happening in the afternoon that's different or contributing to those challenges vis-a-vis other time periods?
Thank you, Chair. The afternoon peak presents a few unique challenges in terms of traffic volumes. We've got the outbound buses that need to return from the suburbs back downtown, and a lot of those key corridors are highly congested. Unfortunately, we don't have the transit way to bring the buses back from the suburbs to the center core anymore. So we're in mixed traffic, and that's more compounded in the PM peak than during the AM currently.
Okay, we are going to need to do a quorum check just to make sure we have enough to continue. So I'll ask committee coordinator.
Councillor Brockington,
Here.
Councillor Carr, Councillor Hill, Councillor Leeper,
Here.
Councillor Lowe,
Here. Here.
Councillor Menard,
Here.
Councillor Tierney, Vice Chair DeRoche,
Here.
Councillor Gower,
Here.
Chair Gower, sorry. You have quorum, Chair.
Okay, good. And you're wrapped up, Councillor Brockington? Okay. Councillor Leeper.
Thanks. Just a couple of really small questions. The first of which is several months ago, I want to say even a year ago, we had heard about a potential supplier problem associated with getting the Saint Laurent garage ready to charge. Do you recall what that was? And we never heard anything else about it. Thanks.
Thanks for the question. To you, Chair. Yes, we had reported that there was supply issues with components for the on-site substation. Temporarily, what Enviri and Hydro Ottawa have done is they've brought in temporary equipment and temporary service to our south garage to power up the electrical infrastructure that we have until they get their on-site substation built and energized later this summer.
Okay, and is that sustainable?
That is currently sustainable for all of the chargers that we have in our south garage, up to 100 and roughly 100 that I reported earlier.
Okay, there's nothing that Enviri can't do. Love those folks. Second question, with respect to the exchange that I had with Mr. Weinberg on the operator availability as a reason for undelivered trips. Do you agree with his assessment of what those numbers mean? And is there a way in which that can be made more transparent?
Mr. Chair, yes, we agree with Mr. Weinberg's assessment. And that's one of the things that we're looking at in terms of trying to break out we have some limitations with how we capture the data at this point. But that's one of the things that Joel has, Mr. Lemieux there has a program going with the Transit Operations Control Center to update how we capture the data, and then that'll inform how we can better report it out. But that's one of the things that we've identified that we want to be more clear in terms of what are those, being able to get more granular breakdown of the causes for why we're undelivering certain trips. So
Okay.
the answer is yes.
Do you have a rough timeline of when we might see some changes as a result of that?
Mr. Chair, we do have the granular data right now. It's we need to meet internally to decide how we're going to roll that up in the way that we're going to report it.
I'm sorry, I missed that last part.
We're just having internal discussions right now. We have a project underway to change the way that we're reporting the metrics internally. We do have that granular detail at the control room level, but we need to roll it up into a reportable, user-friendly format that we can use at higher levels.
Okay, and I think I'd ask, like, what if you have a timeline on that?
Apologies, the project has begun and it will be implemented over the coming months. I would say 3 to 6 months.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair DeRoche.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for the presentation from staff. And I welcome also Mr. Lee to Ottawa, the nation's capital, and I share the union's view that we want to have stability. And I look forward to working with you. I think part of that is to have continued constructive and positive environment to work, and we face a lot of challenges, but we always have to have a very constructive and professional approach to solving the problems that are before us. I am shocked, like many residents are, about the price of fuel and diesel, and it seems like a wise decision that we invested in an electric bus system. I'm wondering if you could just comment on the fuel savings that we are seeing as a result of the electric buses coming online. I know that we purchase fuel through forward contracts. That does buy us time, but we are susceptible to the fluctuations in prices of diesel and fuel. So can you just comment on how that's kind of shifting our savings that we're achieving?
Okay, thanks for the question. Through you, Chair. So all of our electric buses, the target is 55,000 kilometers a year. Based on that, the fuel savings would be roughly 25,000 liters of fuel that we would offset based on that. Now, as we are ramping up our program, it's very difficult to predict as we're ramping up how many buses are in service on a daily basis, but that's the target per bus once they are in service.
Okay, thank you very much for that update. And again, it gives me some comfort that that was an important and wise decision so that we can avoid the situation that we're seeing at the gas pumps that don't look like they're going to be going away, certainly in the short term and medium term. I want to turn to the investments that we made in reliability in the 2026 budget. I wonder if staff could just comment in terms of how that's going. Some of the investments were obviously longer term in terms of investments in such things as bus rapid transit along baseline, but there were some shorter term measures. I'm wondering if I can just get a comment in terms of how those investments are going in 2026 that we approve that focused on reliability.
I'm sorry. Mr. Chair, we've got a budgets for approved for this year for quite a number of things to improve reliability. But there's not yet been a budget cycle based on the report that we brought you last year, laying out all the ways that we could improve reliability. For this year, we're moving ahead on transit priority projects. Council made their decisions yesterday on Bank Street, and we're continuing along with our highest priorities right now being on Wellington West, Richmond Road, Jan d'Arc, and Brian Coburn, but we're also continuing to look all across the city.
Okay, thank you. That's all for me right now.
Okay, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. So thank you for giving me a bit of time here. I don't always come to Transit Committee, but I intend to more often. I wanted to follow up on some of the information that we've seen in the KPIs. You had a slide about injuries where we talk about riders, customers. Well, the language is customers. And so I just wanted to understand within that, is it also when we have pedestrians that have been struck by a bus, or everyone who's not a customer but who is impacted by an accident? How is that captured?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Chair. If there is an injury by a customer or someone who is interacting with the system, including the scenario you just mentioned, that would be included in the customer injury data that is presented at the Transit Committee.
I see. I do imagine that arguably it could be of particular interest, but I appreciate that that's where it's going to be found. Not to belabor the KPI conversation, but since it's an opportunity, I think, for us to apparently provide feedback on it, I think part of the challenge might be sometimes we have a bit of a rolling request when it comes to this committee about what KPIs you'd like to see. And I think that OC Transpo, to a certain extent, has tried to accommodate that. At other times, you can see, moments where we've sort of split the data around. One of the ones that I notice is often when we've talked about the, how many with this bus shortage, and then we talk about bus reliability, we've actually, it appears to have taken out the 255 trips completely from the analysis because we cannot deliver on the 255 trips with the bus shortage. I'm not sure that's how people feel on the ground, right? All of a sudden, we might have an inflated reliability, but in fact, you've got a gap at the bottom of it. So I think it's those types of actions that might provide a little bit of cynicism. And I don't think that that's necessary. I think that that's probably why you see even some people who have joined us today who ostensibly are supposed to be champions of transit, bring forward some quite cynical and possibly disparaging language about ourselves as counselors and for yourself as managers. I think that that's unhelpful, but here we are. So I think those are pieces that we're going to be able to work together on. So I might suggest, beta test it with some of us, beta test it with some of the community groups that have an interest, so that we can try and bridge some of these gaps. Because I think the more you want to have data sets exist over time. Otherwise, we can't do a trend analysis, right? So the more we sort of move these pieces around, the less we can understand what's going on. So I think those would be my comments for that piece today, Mr. Chair. But moving on to a question. So the 88 cracked the top 3 this month. Fabulous. I'm going to assume the reason is because of the baseline Greenbank intersection upgrade construction. So can someone confirm for me that one of the major reasons why the 88 was unreliable this month is because we're in fact investing in capital improvements for the length of baseline Greenbank?
Thank you for the question, Chair. Yes, that is a major impact on Route 88 currently. We also saw an abnormally high number of mechanical defects on that route for whatever reason this month. So I think that's what pushed it over the top, but definitely the Greenbank baseline congestion is a major issue.
Okay, that's wonderful. So no doubt with the 88 being one of the most popular routes in the entire system, it is imperative that we try and figure out how to square that circle over the summer months. We're going to see a prolonged period of construction. So although I don't want to be, too cranky about the fact that it is related to construction that will ultimately improve service, it is an interesting metric to come forward. And I do want to recognize the experience of those customers as they're experiencing those delays. So, and then finally, I was hoping perhaps I could hear a comment on whether or not Bill 98, which has currently been floated by the province of Ontario, it has some transit fare implications. Looks like maybe it's targeting the Toronto area mostly, but perhaps I could have a comment, some preliminary analysis on whether or not we could see impacts on our transit fare structures and what our initial thoughts are on that. Thank you.
Just looking to see if anyone on the team has had any detailed in-depth analysis on this yet. I don't know. Yeah, so, Councillor, that's something that we can follow up with you and get back to you on. We haven't been fully engaged on that yet, and we're still getting our heads around that. So if you give us a bit of time, we can get back to you.
Sure.
directly.
If I might make a request, we saw a memo come through from the GM of planning for the impacts there, which might be more central to the bill. But perhaps if you could do the same from your department for the rest of council's benefit, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Chair, if I may, I
Yes.
just want to offer the councillor a correction. I just checked with my team to make sure that the information I gave was correct. The metric that I'm showing on customer injuries actually only includes riders. It does not include a situation where like a claim might come in after the fact if a member of the public was injured. So it's a different metric altogether.
Okay, I'm seeing no more questions from committee members, so we'll wrap up this item here. We have no in-camera items today. There's an IPD on the use of delegated authority, but I've had no questions to lift that. Are there any notices of motion? Are there any inquiries? And there's no other business, so I want to say a thank you to the OC TRANSPO team and the clerk's office and everyone who participated in today's meeting. April 17th is World Transit Day. April 28th is the TransSecure Awards, and our next meeting is May 14th. Have a great afternoon. Thank you.